Unbelievable.
We start with a special showcase bout.
It's an absolute monster of a lightweight. What a moment! A history-making goal!
She wasn't going for goal, but she'll happily accept it.
It's gone all the way through, and look at this! Chewinga! Did you dare write Barcelona off?
The career of one of the all-time greats is all but over.
Nice comeback.
Uma oportunidade de dizer alguma coisa que eu acho que nunca disse.
Let's get this party started!
NFL Game Pass is now exclusively on DAZN.
Let's get this thing going.
Watch every game, plus the playoffs and Super Bowl. It's your all-access pass.
That's how you fight a southpaw. Well on his way to coming back.
Katie Taylor does it again. Look at the emotion.
Whoa! Oh, media workouts today, people. Today is day 2, and day 2 with a bit of a twist as well, because it isn't just media and public workouts. We've gone big, we've gone global, because this is Riyadh season. We have free fights for you as well. So we've got media workout and free fights. You know what to do by now, people. Clock in.
Live on DAZN, August 3rd, Crawford versus Madrimov. How do you know you're the best? Is it the 40-fight undefeated streak? Dominating 3 divisions? Or is it that you're always looking for more? Facing an undefeated champion on the #1 boxing platform in the world, Crawford versus Madrimov. August 3rd, buy now at DAZN.com.
There you go, look at that. The Ferris wheel and the roller coaster. 2 things I shall not be visiting here. I will leave those things alone. It's great to be here. We are here for the media and public workout, obviously headlined by Terence Crawford versus Israil Madrimov. And there are thousands of people already here, as you can see. So hopefully they reinforce this section of the pier, because we have a ring here as well. This is going to be really, really good. Let me introduce you to the A-Star team. You guys know who we've got now. Showtime, Sean Porter is here, the Latin Snake, Sergio Mora here as well with us. This is exciting, people. This is crazy. I mean, yesterday the people turned up, but this is double the turnout from yesterday.
What's crazy is it's thousands of people out here. Like, you didn't do a head count. You don't know it's thousands of people out here.
10, and then I multiplied that by 20.
It's a lot of people out here, y'all.
There's
Hey,
thousands.
y'all, a lot of people out here, y'all.
No, there is a lot of people out here, which is good. This is what we want to see, right? There's a lot of people. They've done a fantastic job of promoting this. You see guys and girls walking around with Crawford and Madrimov boards. People turned up and they're intrigued, Sean.
Yeah, man. That's the point. The point is to get people intrigued with something they're not that familiar with. The sport of boxing, it's been in a bubble.
Yeah.
And if you weren't in that bubble, there really wasn't a reason for you to penetrate it. Today, now, this weekend, Turkey has come over here and penetrated that bubble, and everybody's reaping the benefits of it.
You couldn't have said it any better, Sean. It's perfect, isn't it? This is what you want. I mean, we could have done what we normally do with media workouts, which is go to a local gym. Go to a local gym, and it's sweaty, and you can only get about 50 people inside. And they've said, you know what, we're not doing that. We want to go outside. Let's enjoy this weather.
That is played out. I mean, when you're in sunny Southern California, you want to be out by the beach. You want to be out in the sand. You want to be out here in the environment. It's live. Everybody here is looking forward to it. And we still got boxing. We got a ring. Daytime boxing, what can you not love about it? I mean, it's perfect. I love the fact that Turkey decided to do Riyadh season in Santa Monica in the West Coast, baby.
Be honest, guys. Do fighters enjoy this? You know, the fighters that have got to cut weight as well, do they come out here and think, I got to give this 5 minutes, or do they really want to be in the gym? Do they enjoy this kind of stuff, the public workouts?
That's a tough question, because it's like 50-50. Like, half the people on the car are like, oh, here we go. The other 50, coming down here crip walking.
It depends. If you're already on weight, then it's fine. But if you're not on weight and you're seeing all the stands and the chocolate and the hot dogs and hamburgers everyone eating, no, you do not want to be here.
Yeah, that's tough, and you can smell that stuff as well. That must be difficult. We saw yesterday Pitbull come out to an incredible reception. Andy Ruiz got an incredible reception as well. They're going to get even more than that today, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. It's going to get crazy when you start moving, and I think that's really the biggest component to this. It's cool to have people see you, but once you show them what you can do, then that's what's really going to get people buying these tickets when they see what's really going on out here. So I'm excited about today.
Do the teams come up with like a little 5-minute plan of what they're going to do? You see some guys come and skip rope, some throw pads, some shadow box.
No.
Do you have any idea? Or you just come and just do what you want?
No. Fighters are accustomed to this. It's a show. Basically, we know what we're here for. We're going to shadow box for the fans. We're not going to go 100%. Some fighters might hit the pads, but it's not going to be 100%. It's not going to be energy expended. It's just for the fans, for everybody watching, the media, and then you get out of the ring, go back to the hotel, and rest and focus for Saturday night.
Sergio made that sound nice and sweet. Not the porters. We went out there. My heart rate was at
sweat. Your dad made you sweat.
Yeah, my heart rate was at 160 before I got out of there.
Yeah, and that's what. Hopefully we get that today. Hopefully some of the fighters come in and show these fans, the thousands of fans, exactly what they can expect on Saturday. The DBS boys are in the building as well. Great to have them here. Ak and Barak. I'm so intrigued to see and hear what they think about this fight week.
Thanks, Ade. Look, Riyadh season has obviously invaded the Santa Monica, the Pier. Barak, you and I have been part of some big fights in Vegas, in New York, in London. I've never felt this type of energy where I can wear these sunglasses by the beach. This is different.
When you just carry a ring on your back and you bring it to Santa Monica Pier, you're trying to change boxing, and this is the beautiful thing. You should see the crowd. It's probably about 1,000 people out here just watching us right now.
It's one thing to talk about changing the sport. Another thing is to do it, and His Excellency is doing so. Look, Barak, I want to jump into the fight card real quick. I'm so excited about David Morrell, who's one of the most avoided fighters, in my opinion, at 168, is moving up to 175 and has an opportunity to showcase his talent on a huge stage.
Well, in order to change the sport, you got to change it with the cards. So you got guys like that. Now, okay, I get it. He got 10 fights, but the guy's been fighting undefeated fighters since like the 3rd fight.
Right.
So he's 10-0, 9 knockouts because he's great.
Talk about high volume. You normally wouldn't think about that in a heavyweight fight. Right. But when you talk about Miller and Ruiz, that's what you're going to get. 2 guys in the middle of the ring throwing punches, and they're friends. But trust me, Saturday, they won't be.
No, their work rate is outmatched for big guys, but they're both in shape. Maybe that layoff for Ruiz is going to be good for us Saturday night.
Yeah, like this is the media workouts. Look, earlier we had a few cheeseburgers with Ruiz, and we had a healthy breakfast.
Why are you telling them? They think I'm healthy.
No, either way, you're going to get a phenomenal fight. Now, let's get into Pitbull Cruz. I mean, Isak is one of the most exciting fighters in all of boxing. I mean, there's a big crowd for him here. There was yesterday, and I think he's getting better every fight. We're going to get a vicious Pitbull on Saturday night.
The fans are actually here for Isak. A lot of them. At least 500 of them are here for Isak. And I think he's becoming one of the most feared boxers since he knocked out Rolly.
Let's talk about the pound-for-pound king, Terence Bud Crawford, who's attempting to be undisputed eventually in a third weight class. He's a 4-division champion, and he has no easy task ahead of him. I mean, a lot of people comparing Madrimov to a Triple G, a smaller version of Triple G. I think it's a fair comparison.
Well, 100%. Just more athletic. More athletic. But I think this is going to be a tough fight for Terence, but he's going to show improve. Who knows? But he's up for the task, and that's what I love. You move up in weight, and you go for who? The toughest guy in the division? He always wants to do that.
Yeah, and a lot of people are worried about him moving up in weight class. Look, some might not know. Look, Terence is at 147 for years, and it wasn't easy to make that weight. I'm predicting that at 154, we're probably going to get the best version of Terence Crawford and the strongest, so I think he's going to surprise a lot of people in this weight class.
He came in the weight class in 2017, so 6 years he spent there. He was small for the weight class then. So imagine how small he is for 154 pounds. But for some reason, his power translates different, and his skill set is just unmatched. But Madrimov, you can't sleep on this guy. Another guy with only a few fights. Amateur pedigree for blocks and blocks, and he's a great fighter in that ring.
And that's why you can't sleep on him, because yes, he doesn't have many pro fights, but when you have that type of pedigree, that amateur background, right, you've seen almost every style. Now, I'm pretty sure he hasn't seen a style like Bud's, because Bud has a style you can't even train for, but he hits hard, he's very aggressive, and Bud is going to have to be his best in order to win on Saturday night.
I think what it is that Bud is just the master at adjustments. So it's not even about a style. You can't really train for a style. No one's going to come in and have his style. He fights lefty, he fights righty, he does so much. He punch in between shots, he walk you down, he punch going backwards. He does it all, but he's able to adjust with every fighter.
And that's why this fight is so exciting. But look, it's 3 days away. Right now we're at the media workouts, and we have the presser and then the weigh-in on Friday. So we have some time before we see that showdown. But stay tuned and keep it locked. Addy?
It is great to have the DBS boys, Ak and Barack, in the building. And look, they got the memo. They understood it's hat and sunglasses. They got it, unlike my team up here. Thomas Treiber is in the ring, ready to do this. The fighters are ready as well to show us a little bit of what they got. So let's throw it downstairs to your MC, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the public media workout for Riyadh season card. A great night of World Championship Boxing this Saturday, August 3rd, from BMO Stadium in Los Angeles, California. It is all being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing, Sella, Gold Star Promotions, and Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions. This great event will be shown in the United States on DAZN, ESPN Plus, pay-per-view, Amazon Prime, and in demand in the UK on DAZN and TNT Sports Box Office. In Mexico on Televisa and ESPN Knockout. In Saudi Arabia on MBC, and it will be shown worldwide on DAZN. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to extend a big thank you to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Al-Sheikh. Let's get things started. Our first two fighters to the ring, competing Saturday in a 6-round welterweight contest. Let's first welcome, coming to us from Opole, Poland. His professional record, 6 wins, 7 defeats. 2 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is Miguel Bulik.
All right, here comes to the ring, Miguel Bulik. Look, it's not going to be easy for him, but what a stage, Sergio, for him to showcase what he's got. Riyadh season's always given people opportunities, and this is his opportunity now. Miguel Bulik is going to take on Ziad Al-Mayouf.
Yeah, both these guys are going to get a chance to actually, display what they can do here in California. I mean, they want to get out of their natural environment. They want to come out here and, make their name known to people that normally don't, follow boxing outside of California. So Bulik's going to have the show, and it's time to shine.
Yeah, look, he's bouncing, he's jumping to the ring, he doesn't look nervous. The heart will be beating. I mean, again, this is the biggest stage, but some fighters have been waiting for these kind of opportunities. And yes, there's a load of losses on his record, but great opportunity. This is kind of what I was saying earlier. Like, what do these guys come in and do? Do you shadow box? Do you kind of put the pads on? Are there gloves there? I think I see some gloves. Okay, the tennis balls. I like it.
And you can see that they're still trying to...
Wait a minute.
Oh, 1 second. What's going on here?
Hey, I'd rather see this juggling, shadow boxing act than that mitts. This is actually more interesting to me.
Yeah, that's a true show right there.
And I'll tell you what, look, I can tell by the outfits that he's wearing that he's still here to lose weight. I mean, everyone has to make weight, come Friday. So they still have to, put their long clothes on. They have to actually get a break of sweat. So if they are going to work out, might as well lose some weight.
Why are you telling them?
But I think he might be overweight.
You're telling me you're snitching on him. What are you doing?
Sergio was like,
Yeah. What are you doing? Ziad's going to be listening to this thinking, okay, he's struggling. But you're right. I mean, if you're going to come out here and it is quite hot out here, you might as well get a sweat on.
I never said struggling, but look, every fighter they have to taper down and time their weight. And, when you're a pound or 2 pounds over a day or two before, it doesn't matter. You shake out, drink water afterwards, rehydrate. But yeah, take advantage of the sun.
I'm looking at him, I think his record is 6-7-0. So obviously, look, he's got a losing record, and I know that this is only, just playing around here, but he doesn't look like a guy that's got with that kind of record, does he? He doesn't look like a 6-7 guy, does he?
No, he has good footwork.
Yeah.
Good footwork, southpaw, nice snappy jab and punches. I like the way he brings his punches back. He doesn't leave his hands out there.
And what I think a lot of fight fans maybe don't understand is sometimes guys like that have losing records, you're taking fights on a week's notice, 2 weeks notice, you're jumping up and down in weight, you're doing whatever just to get a fight.
No, not only
so
that,
sometimes you don't get the 6-7 week fight camp you need at your natural weight class.
Yeah, that's a good point. But not only that, but you're also fighting winners. They put you up against guys that are accustomed to winning. So that 50-50 record, it can be deceiving, because once you get the opportunity, you say, okay, well, I'm going to be fighting a guy that has more losses than victories, and then you get in the ring with him, and he has the experience, that toughness, that weathered toughness, and he can actually make a prospect look foolish in there.
But we've also seen, Sean, is that there are some guys who fall into that journeyman kind of tag and accept it.
Yeah.
They almost accept the fact they're going to lose and don't get knocked out because you can get a paycheck again in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, there's fight in all of us. We all have fight in us, but there's levels to this, and usually when you see a guy with the upside down record, it means that they're not at that level. Doesn't mean they're not a fighter.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't get in there and throw him. Just means that, hey, they're not on that level. He's not expected to come in here and win, but we always got to talk about resistance. A guy with an upside down record like this guy right, Bullock right here, he's going to come in with some resistance and hopefully take the other kid to another level.
And that's what you want, right? If you're Ziad Al-Mayouf, you want rounds. I mean, I get it, right? You don't go in there and get paid for overtime, but you want to showcase what you've been doing with Buddy Miguel.
Well, everyone has that plan, but if you can get him out of there in the first round, believe me, you would want to. But that's very hard to do, to get those first round knockouts. So yeah, you want to get those rounds, you want to get the punches, you want to get hit. Believe it or not, you want to get hit. You want to get hit solid in the chin, but you want to take some punches and feel what it's like, because you don't want to go in there with an undefeated record and all of a sudden face somebody that hits you, cracks you, and then knocks you out. So these are the things that actually make you a better fighter.
Thank you very much to Miguel Bulik. And now let's welcome to the ring from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, undefeated with 5 wins, 1 win coming by way of knockout. He is the pride of the Arab world, Ziad Zizo Al-Mayouf.
A lot of excitement about Ziad Al-Mayouf, just because Riyadh season, and I think this is something important to note, if you are doing this, you do want to develop fighters from Saudi Arabia. That should be the aim, right? I mean, you want the next breed of fighters to come from Saudi Arabia. That's the aim. Ziad obviously is that. So there's a lot of hope. Again, teamed up with Buddy McGirt, and a lot of young fighters coming through are not going to get a Buddy McGirt to train him. You have to earn that right. He's got Buddy, and there's a lot of hope that this guy can do some damage.
Buddy McGirt is not going to take you unless you have the goods, and a lot of high-end trainers are actually going to do that. But yeah, but when you have that, the backing, when you have the promotion, when you have the trainer, everyone in your corner, everything's aligned. You want stages like this. You want to fight on big undercards and prove what you can do and climb that ladder successfully little by little. But yeah, this is the way to do it, man. If you're coming from Saudi Arabia, you're getting thrown with the lions as far as a promotion. This is the way to get started.
Again, I did say, you know, the media and public workouts are different. Every fighter approaches them differently. We just saw Bullock here put in a 5-minute workout. I don't know if Ziad's going to do it there. He's got a young kid in the ring. It's a bit of shadow boxing. Everyone takes these 5-minute allocation times differently.
Hey, it's my first time seeing somebody get in the ring with a tennis ball and toss it up like he did and shadow box like that. It's my first time seeing it. Never seen a fighter get in the ring with a kid and just go through some things with them. So, I mean, right now we're early in this, but it seems very fresh and new, and that's what this entire experience is right now. So, I like the way it's kicking off.
Call me old school. I want to see someone hit some pads. I ain't gonna lie, I want to see one like Sean Porter and Timothy Bradley. Their dads would make them hit the pads.
Oh yeah.
You're in there and you're hitting pads. I want to see a bit of that.
The bottom line for me was we weren't trying to waste that moment. We had a moment to get a workout in, get hot and get sweaty so that we can go get the real work in.
Yeah.
And you don't see that often though. Honestly, we were known for putting on a real workout and a media workout, but not many fighters do.
And I'm guessing a lot of these guys, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, would they go from here to the gym? Would they have done their workouts already? Would they go and do an evening workout?
No, they go from here to the gym, or they already worked out and this is just show. But either way, you're going to get your workout in, the real workout.
Yeah. Again, a lot of excitement about young Ziad Al-Mayouf. He's actually managed by Paul Smith as well. You guys might remember Paul Smith from the Contender. I think Series 2. Had that fight against Andre Ward, had those 2 world title fights against Arthur Abraham. So he's got a solid team around him. So again, a lot of high expectations. Let's see what he can do on Saturday night.
Thank you very much to the undefeated Ziad Zizo Al-Mayouf.
Yeah, we meet again here in the ring. I've seen some interesting open workouts before, but never something like that. Who'd you bring to the ring with you?
I just saw the youngest person I could find, and I wanted to give him his time, his opportunity, like I would have wished somebody did with me when I was that young. So somebody's doing it to me now, thanks to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Excellency. But I wanted to bring somebody from Los Angeles here, a place that gave me so much, and I wanted to give back to the younger generation. You had to see the excitement. I could feel his heartbeat when I had my hands on his shoulder, you know what I mean? But that's exactly what I could have felt. And I just taught him how to cut the ring off, you know, and then we went from there.
I don't think anyone on this card is more excited than you to be a part of it. Why is this so important for you to be here?
Because, you know, if you go back 10 years ago and you would have told me that one day I'm going to make my U.S. debut on a Terence Crawford card, I would have told you I wouldn't have even said it's impossible. I wouldn't have entertained it because there's no way of it happening, right? But thank God, you know, alhamdulillah, everything happens from God. I didn't do anything. The only thing I did was show up. Everything that happened after I just showed up was all God, you know what I mean? But showing up to me was already hard enough. And this is a full circle moment for me because 2 years ago, this month, I was supposed to make my debut in Los Angeles in a hotel in downtown, 2 blocks away from the stadium actually, and my opponent failed his drug test the day of the fight with my fight outfit on. And now I'm here 2 years later. Trust the process, trust God, everything happens at the right time. That's why I'm just so happy, very grateful, and we get rewarded for how we react when we're tested, and that's the reward.
Love the energy. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you, Chris.
Guys?
He's a fantastic talker. And I love that story, right? Just found a kid there, and you want to come in the ring? Why not? That's, you know, he's great for the sport, and again, he's great for what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. Anyway, let's go back to Thomas Tribe, who's ready for the next fight to come out.
Let's continue. Our next 2 fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round super middleweight contest. First, let's welcome from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. Undefeated with 20 wins, 1 draw, 10 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Let's welcome Marcos Ramon Vasquez.
Here we go. I think yesterday we called this the Are You Ready to Take That Next Step fight, right? 2 unbeaten guys, Steven Nelson, who we're going to see in a minute, part of the Terence Crawford team. And here we have Vasquez, obviously from Mexico, unbeaten as well. Both of them good records, but are you ready to go that next step? The winner will be, the loser's going to have to start again.
It's a cliche, but the winner moves on, the loser takes a step back, and that's just the beauty of boxing, you know, climbing these ranks. And whenever you're undefeated, you're not going to hold on to that unblemished record forever. Whenever you face somebody else that's going to be risking that 0, you're going to fight to keep it. And the winner is actually going to deserve to get a better shot. So yeah, man, I love seeing this. Great matchmaking.
It is 2 different styles as well. I mean, Steven on paper is the puncher of the 2. But Vasquez works. I've watched a few of his fights, and this guy will literally work from the first minute all the way to the 10th round, and this is a 10-rounder. This one could be an interesting one and a pick-em fight, I think.
Yeah, every fighter has to face that test. The promoters aren't going to let you have a bunch of gimmies and guys with 50-50 records. I had my first undefeated opponent at 5-0. I faced another one 13-0, 11-0. When did you get your first undefeated opponent, Sean?
Man, how am I supposed to know that?
Come on.
He over here like when I was 5-0 and
No.
I was 11-0.
You know exactly when you fought your first unblemished record. Come on now.
I honestly can't tell you. It may have been Keith Thurman.
I'm going to box rack you, man. I want to see who.
Maybe it's Keith Thurman.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, okay.
What was that like, knowing you're going in there with someone who's got that same kind of killer mindset like you? Like, I'm unbeaten and I'm going to stay unbeaten.
Man, that was exciting. I really want to know from Sergio, not to throw this back to you, Sergio, but it was Keith Thurman. It was like we knew what that was. You know, at 5-0, you were getting in the ring with another undefeated fighter, but I don't think you were being matched up in a 50-50 fight. That was that?
True. That's true. It was a guy that I fought in the Golden Gloves. But yeah, I was the clear favorite. You know, I'm box wrecking you right now because I can't believe it. On the come up, you had to face somebody.
We're box wrecking Sean right now because I believe his first unbeaten fighter could not have been Keith Thurman.
Listen, people think that I've lost something when I say I don't know how many fights I've had. I think it's 37. I don't know, 36, 37.
It is 36.
36. Yeah.
Okay,
I was just in there doing it, y'all.
No, you fought a guy named Jamar Patterson, 8-0.
Oh, wow.
Come on,
Sorry,
Sean.
Jamar.
That was like your 10th
Jamar.
fight, baby.
Damn.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's not bad. 10-0 versus 8-0. What did Sean do? Wait, did he knock him out?
I knocked him
What
out.
did
I
he do?
stopped him. I
He
stopped
him
him.
in
Slow
the
down.
4th round.
I know
In
the
the
fight.
4th round, you got him.
I know the fight.
Got him in the first round as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you can bet that Vasquez is going to remember this undefeated opponent because they're both at a point where, you know, on the big stage and someone's got to go, Vasquez will remember.
Yeah, and they've got the pads out as well. They're going through this. I've seen Vasquez in the gym, putting the work in. Obviously, look, cutting weight, trying to make sure he can get rid of those extra few pounds. This is the hard part, right? When you are going to have to try and, you know, maybe put that sweatsuit on, go into the sauna just to get those extra couple of pounds off.
Yeah, there you go, Vasquez. Not really going all out in the pads, but look, he's going through the motions, the upper body movement, staying loose. this is the way I would shake out. You know, if I was doing this in front of the crowd, I would shake out exactly like this guy. Move around, hit the pads, maybe go 50, 60%. You also don't want to risk injury, so you don't want to go ham on it. You know, you don't want to go hard on those mitts. Tweak an ankle.
The pad sing, baby.
There will be some fighters on this card that haven't fought in front of this amount of crowd, let alone did a little public workout. I mean, this could be a record attendance for some of these guys. Very, very good turnout here, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast. And that is Vasquez, I believe, coming to the end of his little public workout. I've enjoyed watching them.
Thank you very much to the undefeated Marcos Ramon Vasquez.
So that is Vasquez done. Up next will be Steven Nelson, again part of that Terence Crawford camp. Unbeaten, 20, I think it's 21-0 his record, right? Sergio's going to check for me. But 15 knockouts, I think 20-0, 15 knockouts. That's solid. Sergio, come on, you got box rec open. You can't help your brother out?
No, you were right on the first time.
Was I right the first time?
Yes, you were.
There you go, right the first time. What, 21 or 20?
21.
21-0, 15 knockouts. Solid record. Will that power, though, translate when he goes up in levels? We're going to find out on Saturday.
And now let's welcome from Omaha, Nebraska, undefeated, 21 wins, 15 by knockout. Here is Steven So Cold Nelson.
Steven Nelson. What an opportunity for him. I mean, look, not only to arrive, if you like, in the super middleweight division, and this is what the winner of this fight will be. They would have arrived. But to do it on this card, the Riyadh season card, one of the best cards we've seen in years, great opportunity to make a statement. You can dance a little bit as well there. I see a little sun. Keep going, Stephen. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. There you go. You might as well stay up there, Stephen. Do your workout up there.
There you go, little two-step, hands up. Feeling it, little swagger to him. I like
yeah,
it.
He's enjoying the moment. Look, he understands. This is an incredible turnout. He wants to enjoy it. I think someone might need to tell him, though, you've only got 5 minutes. There's a minute up there already, got 4 minutes now.
Man, I feel like everything's been 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10, right?
We're running a tight ship on this.
Yeah. We got a fight card at 8 o'clock. They need to get the move up there. Have either of you guys heard too much about Steven Nelson? I mean, is there like a word on the street that this guy is very good at sparring? Or something? Have you heard any stories about Steven Nelson yet?
I watched the video on him, but as far as word of mouth, no, nothing yet. But with a good performance, and you can bet the word's going to be out there. And that's how it is, man. That's how boxing is.
I can say this to Omaha. There's a lot of talent in Omaha.
Yeah.
And nobody's really been able to get out. You know, so now that Bud's been able to do what he's done, he's obviously we see him putting one of his stablemates on the card. He's trying to show the other talent that comes from Omaha. So that, to me, validates who's in the ring right now.
Perfect, right?
No, and I asked Bud about that, if he takes pride in what he's doing and bringing the next crop of fighters out of Omaha. And absolutely, not only the guys that he's bringing up, but he's motivated and actually gotten a lot of fighters interested in boxing because of him.
Yeah, and to Sean's point as well, if he's going to pick anyone to be on this card, he's going to pick a talent. So that almost certifies that right now we are watching someone that's a talent.
I can certify that too. He's got a couple of other guys. I've been on shows. I've commentated some of his other guys. You're right. He pulled the best guy and put him on this.
Yeah, but because before Bud Crawford, Omaha, Nebraska was what? Warren Buffett and Omaha Steaks. But now we got Bud Crawford that put Omaha on the map. On the Cornhuskers. There you go.
Team Vasquez are still here, by the way, ringside, having a little watch as well. This is where the mind game starts. This is it now. They want you to kind of make eye contact, like, we're watching you. See that left hand you dropped? Okay, we're picking up on that. And the super middleweight division's an interesting one. Obviously, look, it's ruled by Canelo, but for how long? How long is Canelo going to stay? Benavidez now gone. David Morrell now gone. All of a sudden, you can actually start to see a path to a world title shot. Obviously, look, I'm not saying that Steven Nelson's there yet, but you can now map out a little path and say, okay, we're going to go that route. We're going to go this route because there are openings now.
Yeah, little by little, that happens in every weight division. You know, it could be hot one time in one era, and then all of a sudden it gets cold. Middleweight division's a perfect example of that.
That's gone cold.
The
right
160
now, yeah.
division is just cold, no one there. But that's prime for the picking, you know. So yeah, absolutely, super middleweight's next.
That is so interesting about the middleweight division, isn't it? I mean, look, Carlos Adames, fantastic fight, Alan Canali as well. But there was a time when you could list 10 killers in the middleweight division. Maybe not so much anymore, you're right. Did either of you guys stay and watch your opponents when you did the media public workout, or was you just so focused on yourself and then left? Did you maybe do what Vasquez is doing now in his team, where you kind of stay and fight? Now, let me just watch what this guy's doing.
I personally wouldn't, but my trainer would actually stay. I would go back to the room. I don't know about Sean.
Listen, there's not much, I'm sure, that Vasquez was able to catch and see about Nelson, so it makes sense to at least let me see him move around. Let me see how he bounces. I know I'm not going to get much here. This is a part of it, but let me just see how you move. You know? If anything, he ain't found out that he's the orthodox fighter. You know what I mean? So they picked up something.
The main thing fighters really focus on when they go in that ring is they want to know if it's a moving ring. It's a hard ring. The canvas is sinking. If it's a puncher's ring, you want to go against the rope, see if they're loose. That's what a fighter concentrates on.
Thank you very much to the undefeated Steven So Cold Nelson.
Steven So Cold Nelson. What do you make of that nickname, So Cold?
He's so cold.
So cold. Oh, is it so cold or so cold?
So cold.
So cold as in shivering?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, man, stop it. Oh, you don't know English slang?
So cold?
Oh, that's cold right there.
Oh, that's cold. That's
Come
cold.
on now.
Okay, I get you.
Come on now.
You know, made me laugh out of camera. Like Sean just showed me a walk as well, like, you know.
That's cold-blooded.
So on fight night, we going to come to you. On fight night, you going to say, oh, yeah, that boy cold.
Okay, I get it. Thomas Driver, back to you.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for both the IBF International and WBA Continental Latin American Lightweight Championships. Let's first welcome the challenger from Ciudad de Mexico, Distrito Federal. His professional record, 30 wins, 6 defeats, 1 draw, 21 of his 30 wins coming by way of knockout. Let's welcome Antonio Toño Moran.
Here we go. Very intriguing fight, this one. Obviously, look, Andy Cruz, we know the talent, and everyone's expecting him to go on and do incredible things at the sport, not just at 135, potentially higher weight classes as well. But Antonio Moran is that test that we want to see, because he's been in there with some really high-level guys, 135 pounds. Yes, he's lost to those guys, but he's been in there. We know where he is. We still quite don't know where Andy Cruz is yet as a pro.
No, and we're going to find out, because Moran in 37 fights has only been stopped 1 time. That was on the championship level. Now, that knockout was pretty bad against Devin Haney, but other than that, you mentioned it, championship caliber opposition weren't able to stop him. He goes a distance. That's priceless experience that he's going to bring to a guy, like you said, with only 3 fights under his belt. Yes, he was great as an amateur, but the amateurs and the pros, totally different game, apples and oranges. So he's going to get a world-class, tough Mexican in front of him, and Andy Cruz, we're going to see what he's going to be doing with it.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, if you're Antonio Moran, that's all you can go on. That I have way more professional fights than you. Yes, you're a better fighter than me, but I've got the fighter experience as a pro that you just don't have.
Yeah, no, that's the point. But let's also look at it from a matchmaking standpoint. What Andy Cruz is supposed to come in here and do is handle Moran quicker than Haney did and in a better fashion than Haney did. So this is definitely, we're just showing you how good Andy Cruz is.
Yeah, this is almost a showcase fight for Andy Cruz, isn't it? Okay, there you go. You got a guy that's had some good names on the resume. Let's see what you can do to him. Let's see if you can do better than Arnold Barboza. Let's see if you can do better than Jermaine Ortiz. Let's see somehow if you can do better than Devin Haney.
I wouldn't say showcase. I would say it's a measuring stick to see where he's at, because the showcase is so you know how he's going to win. You know he's going to take control. With Moran, like I said, he's only been stopped one time. So if you can do that, great. But I don't know. If you can go rounds, I think that would be better, and it'll serve Andy Cruz better if he can get some rounds and actually beat down Moran. That would actually mean more instead of a quick knockout.
Just looking at him here, he's a big 135 pounder, isn't he? I mean, very tall, very lean. He'll fill out on fight night as well. Quite big, like big shoulders, big guy. Crowd really starting to fill up here at Santa Monica Pier as well. They can hear the music. They're probably thinking, okay, what's going on here? Like, we didn't know what's happening here. They do now. They're all kind of really making their way here, and this is going to get busier and busier. And I'm going to guess and say there's 1,722 people here.
Yeah, that was good. Hey, Adi, you cold for that.
Yeah, okay, I get it now. Okay. Let's not forget as well, it isn't just the boxing on Saturday. Eminem is here on Saturday as well. He's going to play free tracks. I've seen the free tracks. I know what they are. Can't tell you what they are. I can't tell you.
I think we all know one at least.
What's one? What do you think?
Lose yourself.
I don't know. I can't tell you. I have no idea. I have no idea. But how great is it for Eminem to come and play free song?
He's pulling out some new stuff.
Some new stuff as well, maybe, right? He's got a new album, but some new stuff.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, right? I want you to know. I want you to buy what I'm playing right now.
Thank you very much to the challenger, Antonio Moran.
Well, Antonio, it's been a while since you fought in front of what's probably going to be a very pro-Mexican crowd at the arena on Saturday. How are you feeling about fighting in this type of environment?
Entonces, hace un rato que no has peleado frente a una afición de tanto tamaño con gente apoyándote de tu país, de México. Entonces, ¿cómo son las sensaciones antes de esto?
Muy contento, la verdad es que yo creo que aquí Los Ángeles es de los mexicanos, entonces pues de esta parte me siento muy bien apoyado, bien resguardado aquí con la gente y emocionado ya para pelear el sábado.
No, totally. I'm lucky in the sense that this part of America, in Los Angeles, it's got a pretty high Mexican population, so I feel they've got my back, I feel I've got their support, and that's one thing that's really in my favor as well, I guess.
You are the more experienced professional. You have faced better opposition in your career. How do you use that to your advantage?
Tú eres el profesional con más experiencia, más veterano, y has peleado contra gente con más calidad del rival de sábado. ¿Cómo usas esto a tu favor?
Pues yo creo que exactamente, ¿no? La experiencia va a ser lo que nos va a ayudar. Y yo creo que también tenemos mayor potencia de este lado, mejor fuerza.
Más potencia.
Sí.
I think that experience is something that can work in my favour, yeah. And also I fancy the fact that I've got a little bit more strength as well.
Good luck, Antonio.
Muchas gracias.
Guys.
kind of what we were saying as well. You heard Antonio say it there, and I think Chris asked the question about, yes, okay, Andy Cruz is coming as the favorite, but you've got more professional experience. It's about using all that professional ring experience you have. You fought the high caliber fighters and translating it into a fantastic performance on Saturday.
And now let's welcome the defending champion this Saturday, coming to us from Matanzas, Cuba. He is undefeated with 3 wins. One of his 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending IBF International and WBA Continental Latin American Lightweight Champion, Andy El Diamante Cruz.
135-pound division is an incredible division. It's fully loaded, so much fantastic talent. Guys that I think will go up to 140 as well, and hopefully, fingers crossed, Andy Cruz is in those exciting fights. Keyshawn Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Javonte Davis in the next 12 to 18 months. That's what boxing wants to see. He doesn't need the ring. We can just throw him a pair of gloves there. He can do his workout there. He's enjoying the moment. He's enjoying it. We're enjoying it. Honestly, he's an exciting fighter. Again, there is this pressure on him for some reason. He's only had 3 fights, but everyone wants to see knockouts. And it's the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. These guys are boxers first and foremost. They know how to box. And I get it. I know you're going to give me that look, Sergio, like, you know, it's an entertainment sport as well, but... What were you going to say? What?
Not this time. You know why? Because they are so immensely talented. They have so much skill, speed, and power that you expect them to take chances for the knockout.
Okay.
Other fighters, I would definitely stand up for them and say, no, they need to learn on the job. They need to get the rounds. Not these guys. Okay. When you have 300 amateur fights, no, you're special. Go for the knockout.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess there'll be a question. If he does get rid of Antonio Moran, like I think a lot of people are expecting, it's time to kind of press that fast track button and let's go. Let's go. Let's see what you can do.
He's been fast tracked. I mean, he's already fought in 3 fights. Guys with over 20 fights, over 30 fights, 40 fights. I mean, that's fast track to me.
Yeah.
I can pretty much assure you that Andy Cruz is going to actually have some fun in there and give you a little bit more than 50%. And I'll tell you why. He's a rhythm fighter. As long as you got the crowd, you got the music, and he's obviously going to want to show out, he's going to give you a little bit more because he's an entertainer. That's my prediction for now.
I'll go with it.
Yeah, he certainly is an entertainer. You have a look at the form guide as well. 3 fights, 1 knockout. I mean, good wins, as you say. I mean, Brian Rodriguez, these are solid wins. Giovanni Stra Would you, like, serious question, like, would you put him in there right now with a Keyshawn Davis?
Yes.
Like, right now?
Because
okay.
they fought in the
as
amateurs.
Yeah,
so absolutely. They know each other from the amateurs. He will say yes. His team will say yes. His promoter, Eddie Hearn, will say yes. And, of course, so do I. He's that talented. Yes, absolutely.
I do believe Keyshawn would say yes.
Keyshawn would say yes as well, right?
But it's like my dad always said, you got to have a manager do his job. Fighters think with a fighter's mind.
Yeah.
We're ready to fight anybody. You let the manager do the managing and make sure that you're in the best position possible when you take a fight like that. It won't happen anytime soon.
And financially as well, right? I mean, you have to kind of, you have to let that kind of fight breathe and grow a little bit. And I know sometimes we as fight fans are impatient. We just want to see them go in there with each other. But you've got to maximize the amount of income that can be made. And right now, you don't make much money. And the Keyshawn Davis right now.
Very much to the undefeated defending champion, Andy El Diamante Cruz.
Andy, you certainly seem happy to be here. How are you feeling going into this fight?
Pareces muy contento de estar aquí. ¿Cómo te sientes acercándote a esta pelea?
Feliz, muy motivado y entrando en ambiente ya para la pelea del sábado.
I'm happy to be here, really happy to be here. I feel up for it, I feel focused, motivated, and I'm really starting to feel the atmosphere as we approach Saturday now.
Very experienced opponent in front of you. Is this the kind of guy that can bring out the best in you?
Un chico muy experimentado frente a ti el sábado. ¿Es un rival que puede sacar lo mejor de ti?
Por supuesto, tiene más experiencia que yo en el campo profesional, pero sigue siendo boxeo y su experiencia va a sacar lo mejor de mí y por supuesto que voy a aprender muchas cosas nuevas.
So yeah, you can't deny he's an experienced guy in the professional field of the game. But it's a boxing ring at the end of the day. It's a boxing match. And I'm sure, like you say, he's going to get the best out of me. And hopefully this is a window to push me even further in my career after this.
I know you compare yourself to the very best in your division. A few years ago, Devin Haney knocked this guy out in the 6th round. Do you think you can do better?
Entonces siempre haces una comparación con los mejores de esta división. Hace unos años hubo un knockout en el 6º de Devin Haney. ¿Tú puedes mejorar esto?
Lo voy a mejorar, lo voy a hacer en el 5º.
Dime.
Que lo voy a mejorar, lo voy a hacer en el 5º.
I'm going to beat it. I'm going to do it in the 5th.
Good luck, Andy.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Guys?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Okay, Devin did it in 6. I'll do it in 5. Pressure's on.
I love it.
Pressure's on.
And if he can do it, that's even more impressive.
Yeah, because we know there are more gears, and I want to see him go through those gears very, very quickly. Let's see what he can do. All right, as they clear the ring, let's head downstairs back to our MC, Mr. Thomas Schreiber, to introduce the next fighters.
Our next two fighters to the ring competing this Saturday in a scheduled 12-round contest. It will be for the vacant WBA Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Let's first welcome, fighting out of St. Petersburg, Florida, by way of Belgrade, Serbia. He brings a professional record of 29 wins, 2 defeats, 21 of his 29 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the former world title challenger, Radivoje Hot Rod Kalajic.
Yeah, Hot Rod making his way to the ring. You heard Thomas Schreiber there talk about his record. The 2 defeats, Marcus Brown, and that was a very, very close defeat as well. That was an 8-round fight, and he got stopped by Beterbiev, who has stopped every single opponent that he's fought. So read into that what you want, but I think Kalajic is a very, very solid 175-pounder, and I expect him to give David Morrell some work. Everyone's expecting Morrell to win, and I'll go along with that. But I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park.
No, it's not going to be a walk in the park. And Morrell, you know, for all the assets that he has and all the gifts and attributes, you know, experience is one of them that he still hasn't got under his belt like Kalajic. So look, this is the guy that's only been knocked out by a guy that knocks out everybody and better. Evan Brown, you know, world title challenger, so no shame in those losses. It's all experience, and now he gets another crack.
Yeah, and look, we've been speaking for the last couple of days about this 175-pound division and how the fact it will open up, and it's got a bit juicier all of a sudden because of Benavidez, Morrell, a couple of kids back in the UK, Anthony Yarr, Buatsi, Callum Smith. So all of a sudden, if you're Kalajic, you're thinking, 1 second, you know, I want to be in this mix. They're not talking about me as much. I want to get in there as well. Great opportunity for him to showcase his talents on Saturday. There's the recent record of Kalajic. And look, all I'm seeing is the W. W. His only loss was just before the Denis Grachev, and that was against Artur Beterbiev.
You know what that means? That means he's a winner.
Yeah.
He's a really good fighter. Came up short against two other really good fighters.
That's it,
so
right?
We always talk about levels. He's on the level, and we're about to find out what level Morrell's on. You know?
Perfectly said. Yeah, we know where Kalajic is. As a 175-pounder, we know we put him in there against the very best. He'll give them good fights. We don't know where Morrell is yet. We think we do, but we don't know yet. Not 175 pounds.
Well, I mean, we were just finding out at 168.
Yeah.
And it's like now you've bumped up. We know some things just kind of change. The punch resistance of your opponent changes. You know, again, you're getting in the ring with the true winner. You know, so he's going to present some different obstacles that you haven't seen even at 168 yet. You know, so this is a really good step up for Morrell. I expect him to answer the bell, but we got to see.
And that's interesting, right? I think we saw that when Benavidez, who, you know, everyone says is the bully at 168 pounds, went up one weight class against Vosdik, and all of a sudden, Vosdik's taking those shots, he's taking those punches, he's soaking it all up. Could that be the same for Morrell against Kalajic?
Thank you very much to Roddy Voyer, Hot Rod Kalajic.
Hot Rod, a lot of guys said no to fighting David Morrell. Why did you say yes?
Well, I want to fight the best. That's why I signed up to box. So I just want to fight the best fighters, and he is the boogeyman, and he is one of the best.
This guy's mowed down everybody at 168 pounds. Now he's at 175. What do you have to do to beat him?
I just got to be myself and stick to the game plan.
Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Guys?
Simple.
I would hate for somebody to look at me and say, this guy's mowed down everybody. I'm like, damn.
Can you stop scaring me, please, Chris? I mean, can you stop that, Chris Maddox? Yeah.
And you wonder why I'm always criticizing that, man. But no, mowed down? I mean, you're a writer. Choose another word, right?
Open up his mic. Open up his mic.
Can you open up Chris's mic? No, actually don't. No, don't open up. Don't open up. Let's go back to MC, Thomas Tribe.
And now let's welcome a native of Santa Clara, Cuba. Now fighting out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, undefeated with 10 wins, 9 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the undefeated former WBA super middleweight champion of the world, David Morrell.
Like, there are some times in sports where you just see someone do something, you're like, okay, that guy's a bit special. Like, I'm a big basketball fan, you see a guy do a little dribble, a little fadeaway, like, okay, he's got it. Although Morrell hasn't fought killers at 168, you just know that this guy can fight. And I expect him to showcase that on Saturday. He's been chasing Benavidez, which I think would have been a super fight at 168. He couldn't get that fight. He's now chasing him at 175. I think is an incredible addition to the division. I'm expecting good things from him on Saturday. sometimes there's always this want for fighters to shrink themselves into a division. And I think you could take away from them. You look at his frame, he's a 175 guy. Yeah, he killed himself to make 168, but I'm looking at him now. This guy's 175. And I think those extra 7 pounds could be very beneficial long-term for him.
I don't know if he was squeezing in the 168. I don't know. Big kid for 168, but sure enough, when you give yourself room to grow and expand, especially when we talk about muscle density, expanding that is definitely beneficial for someone with as much speed. And look at that foot movement right there. As much quickness and as savvy as he is as a fighter in general, you put some muscle on that, add some power to it, and he already fights viciously. You know what I mean? So I like this move to 175 for him.
And because of his height, because of his shoulders, how wide they are, he's going to be able to distribute that weight and still look muscular, still look athletic, not soft around the belly like when fighters move up in weight and they don't belong in their weight class. 1, like Sean said, he's still growing. 2, he has a body frame. And 3, I mean, he's just the goods. You know, he's going to be able to hang with or without the power at 175 because of his skill.
What a division 175 pounds is. Honestly, hopefully, fingers crossed, we do get to see the undisputed fight between Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev as part of Riyadh season in October. And then the winner, I mean, doors open to whatever. Loser gets fantastic fights as well. I mean, it really is an exciting division right now. And this man that you're seeing in the ring right now, David Morrell, has made it even more exciting.
Thank you very much to the undefeated former world champion, David Miguel.
Well, David, you accomplished everything you could accomplish at 168. Now you move up to 175. How are you feeling about making your debut here?
Has conseguido todo lo que has podido a 168. Ahora la subida a 177. ¿Cómo te sientes?
I feel great. I feel great. It's amazing. You know what I mean? A long time. I don't fight in 175, so after the long time coming back, I'm ready. I feel good. I'm ready. So that's it.
Going up against a very good opponent in this first fight, what kind of fight are you expecting?
I expect him, but you know, I don't care. I don't care. I'm ready for whatever, for whatever fighting. I mean, whatever still. So I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm training hard. That's it. So hard work is money.
You're chasing the big fights in this weight class. Is this the kind of fight you hope to send a message in?
En esa división estás buscando las grandes peleas en esto. ¿Quieres enviar un mensaje positivo este sábado?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm ready for everybody. I'm here in 168. So anybody want to fight me? 175 is same. You know, I'm here. Like I'm coming. I'm going to 175 for everything. That's it.
Good luck, David.
Thank you, sir.
You know, it isn't a necessity for fighters to want to learn English. I get it. It's difficult to learn, right? But I love when they try. I love when you try and speak English, and obviously David Morrell started to do that now, Sergio.
No, I love it myself because, look, especially when it comes to Cuban fighters, like, for a long time, Erislandy Lara didn't speak English. You know, he just, everything Spanish through a translator. Guillermo Rigondeaux. Both these guys could have been stars, but they didn't try to learn the language. Now you have a good fighter in Morrell who has all the star qualities, he has the skill, and he's trying.
He certainly is trying. Thomas Triber's he's waiting for us. Like, come on, guys. There you go, Thomas. Back to you.
We move now to the big boys of boxing. These two competing Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for both the WBO International and vacant NABF Heavyweight Championships. Let's first welcome the challenger, a native of Kananga, Democratic Republic of the Congo, now fighting and making his home in Green Gares, Scotland. His professional record, 20 wins, just 1 defeat, 15 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome Martin Bakole.
Here comes the big man, Martin Bakole. This, ladies and gentlemen, I believe will be fight of the night. Two guys that are going to meet in the center of the ring, and it's going to be mano-mano, and it's going to be a good one. Honestly, two guys that I think are knocking on the door to that top 10, maybe even more, maybe might be in top 10 sort of contender status already, but this is a good one. Martin Bakole versus Jared Anderson. Martin Bakole, a big guy. He's lost a lot of weight as well since his fight against Carlos Takam. This is a good one, guys, a real good one.
I think that this fight is probably the most overlooked fight on the card that has the ability to really shine. You know what I mean? We talked about the co-main event and the big boys, the other big baby and Ruiz, but let's talk about this card right here because we got two guys. This guy that just jumped in the ring is serious.
I was scared. I was scared. I was like, I'd never seen him do that. I was like, what are you doing?
No. I saw how serious he was yesterday.
Yeah.
And that let me know what he's really truly coming with. He ain't playing no games.
Nope.
And then we got another young kid that's supposed to be the next thing here in America. I believe it to be so, but to me, this is the best. This could be the best fight on the card.
Yeah, you look at the form guide of him. Obviously, Carlos Takam. That was part of Riyadh season. Stopped Carlos Takam. He's a very good gatekeeper in the heavyweight division. Stopped him in 4. You look at Tony Yoka. Went to France and beat Tony Yoka. Sergei Kuzman, again another gatekeeper. These are solid wins. Obviously, they're not Jared Anderson, but we know that he's a solid operator with those type of wins.
He's a scary, scary man, I'm telling you, man. I mean, I watch him fight. Of course, he's intimidating. His fighter interviews were intimidating. I mean, this is a man that loves to fight and loves to intimidate. I mean...
And he's so softly spoken.
Softly spoken, but he carries a big stick.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is, man. And that's how it is in boxing. Guys like this that want this opportunity on the big stage from the Congo. I mean, this is a tough man that's just waiting for this opportunity. And Anderson, the complete polar opposite of Bakole. He actually enjoys the limelight. He likes the party. He likes the smiling. He likes the promotion. Bakole just wants to get in there and scrap.
Here's the secret that not a lot of people know. That just like you say in the NBA, for everyone, there was one Michael Jordan, but there were 100 guys that didn't make it. In the boxing game, there's a lot of guys that just don't get an opportunity, and so you never see them. This could be something serious that he's just isn't promoting and hasn't been moved the way that Jared Anderson has, but might have the goods and do something serious on fight night.
You're right. He's almost kind of just locked up there in Scotland with his trainer, Billy Nelson. You probably see in the corner. And they've been wanting opportunities. They've been knocking on doors. He was supposed to fight Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, I can't blame him, went the Derek Chisora way. Probably looked at that as an easier fight. And here we are. He got the call. He accepted it immediately. And he thinks he's going to change his life. He thinks he's going to stop Jared Anderson. We'll see on Saturday.
Thank you very much to the challenger, Martin Bakole.
Well, Marc, you've been waiting for this kind of opportunity for a long time. How are you feeling just a few days out?
I feel great, and I'm ready to go.
Jared Anderson, undefeated heavyweight. Why do you believe that you are the better fighter?
Because I'm the best.
Two guys, a lot of power. How does this fight end?
Knockout. Big boy, one have to sleep. Anderson is going to sleep Saturday.
Good luck, Martin.
Thank you.
Guys?
Yeah, so those are 10 words, but 10 very terrifying words. Yeah, that's what it was. Just 10, just 10.
The only words that were missing was, I will break you.
Right. That's what I felt. I mean, I felt that too.
That was like the Terminator talking right now.
Very intimidating. Honestly, I think fight of the night. All right, let's get his opponent in the ring. Let's go back to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome the defending champion coming to us from Toledo, Ohio. He is undefeated with 17 wins, 15 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending WBO International Heavyweight Champion, Jared, the real big baby, Anderson.
Wait. Has that been added? Like the real big baby? Has that just been added of recent? Is it obviously he's little?
No,
it's always been the real.
Always been the real.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you guys sort of noticed the drama that's going on between him and Israil Miller? Like, where's that come from? What's going on? I hope that Jared Anderson is focused on the job on Saturday and not the nonsense that's going on right now with Israil Miller. America needs this. America needs him to look very good on Saturday because look, I grew up, even as a Brit, watching heavyweight boxing and the big boys of America dominated. And it's been a long time. Wilder did it for a few years. Obviously, Wilder's come to the end now. We need a young heavyweight like Jared Anderson to look real good on Saturday.
I mean, we had Deontay Wilder. I mean, he was our guy. But yeah, right now I got to give it to you Brits. You know, Tyson Fury.
There's quite a few over there.
No,
right
everyone across the pond has been doing the thing. They've been dominating the heavyweight division. We need someone like Anderson to come bring it back to the States.
I like what's in the ring right now.
Yeah.
Ade, you may not know what's in the ring right now. We got Sugar Hill.
We have Sugar Hill.
I didn't know that there was a movie being made where Jared Anderson's working with Sugar Hill. I love it.
Is it like how many camps though does it take to get in sync with a new trainer? This is just one camp.
It all depends. I mean, but it definitely takes a handful, you know, because it's not only you build the chemistry, but you got to build the trust in your trainer. When the going gets tough, you need that voice to actually be able to snap out of it and say, okay, you need to go for the knockout. You're falling behind on points. You have to actually have that trust to actually believe your trainer and go out and put everything on the line.
So in saying that then, and look, I'm with Sean, Sugar Hill Stewart, fantastic trainer. We've seen what we've done with Tyson Fury. But in saying that, is it wise, first fight, new trainer, Martin Bakole?
No, it is not. And that's the reason this card is so great, you know, because of the chances these fighters are taking against the guys they're fighting. I mean, everyone here is not an opponent. Everyone here is an A-side type fighter.
You look at his record as well, as we look, unbeaten, 17-0, 15 knockouts. Riyadh Murray, that was a tough fight because Riyadh didn't want to come and fight. But some good names there. Rudenko, Charles Martin, Arias, Jerry Forrest. But again, just like Martin Bakole, this is the step-up fight. This is the one that puts you into that very high elite world level category.
I'll tell you why I'm okay with this move to Sugar Hill already, and this being the first fight against Bakole. We got a tough guy. We know it. First of all, there's not supposed to be any more nice guys that he's getting in the ring with in the first place, okay? Yeah. So this is the maturation process. A part of that process, too, is also finding coaches that can change and get rid of some of the bad habits you got. In my opinion, this kid is great at a lot of things and only has one or two really bad habits. And I think that in one camp, you could clean it up enough to keep it moving.
And as well, look, Sugar Hill Stewart knocks on the door. You don't turn it down, do you?
No way.
You don't say, no, Sugar, not yet. give me a couple more. You do it.
They're pulling out all the instruments. You see that?
I was about to say, Sean, I mean, can't you have some Velcro gloves? You know, get it going. I mean, they're really lacing them up. They're taping them. I understand you got to protect your wrists and your hands, but come on now.
Listen, now, hey, we asked for this. You know what I mean? We did ask for this. In a serious look now.
Yeah.
I haven't seen.
Focus now.
I'm used to seeing him smile day in and day out. really not this kind of, seriousness that we're seeing now.
You like this, don't you? You like this?
Hey, yeah. Okay. I want you to have fun, and I want you to be yourself. Again, once you start changing who you are, I personally feel like those are bad signs.
I get you.
You look like he got taller than me, too. I'm tripping.
Dude, I was just about to say 1 second. Like, is he gone to 6'5"?
My
He
man
does
look like
big.
he got taller.
I always check with these kids now what trainers they're wearing. Because you always get an inch on the trainers. But yeah, you're right. He looks taller. He's built perfectly for a heavyweight.
Absolutely.
And he's still growing.
Yeah.
And he's still growing. But the thing that really impresses me with Anderson, aside from his athleticism and footwork, is he's one of the few heavyweights that actually digs to the body. A lot of heavyweights, because they're so big and strong, they rely on that big right hand or the jab. They keep it simple, the 1-2s. Anderson, on the other hand, he's a body snatcher, especially with that left hand.
And if he is the body snatcher, I mean, look, Mike McCarty's lost a lot of weight, but there's still a lot of area around there to aim for. Circumference.
Around the equator, I got you, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm going to say this. Don't be mad at me. I'm going to say this because I'm hoping that somebody hears this and does something about it. We're hungry.
Hey, listen, you know what I'd rather have over food?
If there's anyone backstage or anyone watching this right now in the LA area, hey, make your way to
No. You know what I'll take over food right now? The sun's going down. This happened last night. I'll take a sweater.
Take a sweater?
I'll have a jacket or something.
Hey, give me a minute, all right? And I'll say, we're cold.
All right, so we want clothes and food. I'll take that. I'll take even.
All right, finally, let's get to work.
Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, by the way, Jared Anderson's putting in a workout. I mean, this is the longest anyone's been in the ring for so far. He's using this as a proper workout. Just been told as well that they asked for extra time. So they actually asked, can we have a bit more time? I like it. Obviously, it took a couple of minutes to get the gloves on, so he wants his allocated 5 minutes. Rightly so. Give him what he wants.
And Anderson, like a lot of fighters on this card, like switching from lefty to righty. Right here we see him with southpaw. He switched orthodox earlier. Of course, we have Bud Crawford, who's a master at switching stances. But yeah, a lot of these fighters, fight from both stances.
I see the smile now from Jared. Those, that's what I like to see. Loosen up, be yourself. But the other thing I noticed from Sugar Hill, we see him working on his defense as well.
I'm guessing as well, if he's now with Sugar Hill, and you said about him switching to southpaw, obviously Tyson Fury is with Sugar Hill, and I do wonder whether or not he got some rounds in with Tyson Fury, which could have helped as well.
Thank you very much to the undefeated defending champion, Jared, the real big baby Anderson.
Jared's like, 1 second, you're not stopping me. I want to do a bit more.
Some body work now. No body work, Sugar Hill. I'm good. Jared, after your last fight, you said you wanted a guy that wanted to fight against you. Martin Bakole seems like that kind of guy. Is this the kind of fight that you think will bring out the best in you?
100%. I'm ready to showcase all my talent, ready to show my whole arsenal. So I hope he's staying right here like he said he's going to do.
Got a new man in your corner in Sugar Hill. What have you gained? What have you learned from that experience?
To stay on the plan, keep with the basics, and win at all times. Any means necessary.
You are widely considered the guy that could be the next American heavyweight champion, the best chance for a next American heavyweight champion. Is there any added pressure with that?
No.
Good luck, Jared.
Appreciate you.
Guys.
No pressure. That's what he said, no pressure. There will be pressure. Let's be honest, there will be an element of pressure because everyone's expecting Jared Anderson, and they have for the last couple of years, to be the guy to carry the torch and be that next heavyweight superstar. That comes with added pressure, Sergio, has to. Jared's enjoyed that workout, and he looked really good as well. You know, I haven't seen him switch the way he did there. It looked fluent. You see some guys switch, and it looks forced. How you doing? You don't need to switch. Stay orthodox. But he switched and looked really good. And back to Sean's point as well, Sugar's going to come in and clean up a few things. And I think you can clean up a few things in one camp. Can he clean them up enough to take advantage of Martin Bakole, who's been with Billy Nelson for a long time? So many intriguing questions as we lead up to this big fight on Saturday.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a 12-round heavyweight contest. Let's first welcome, fighting out of Brooklyn, New York, and proudly representing the country of Belize. His professional record, 26 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 22 of his 26 wins coming by way of knockout. Let's welcome Israil Big Baby Miller.
I want a petition to get Israil Big Baby Miller on every Riyadh season fight card. He is so entertaining. He comes in, he knows exactly what to do. He plays a part, he plays it well. He's now trimmed down, and I think he's going to be a bit of a problem for Ruiz, who's been inactive for, I wouldn't even say the last couple of years. He's only had 2 fights since he fought AJ back in 2019. That's just not good enough.
If any fighter is meant for the limelight and the red carpet, it's Big Baby Miller. He walks the walk like we clearly saw right now on the red carpet. He definitely talks the talk, and the man can fight. The man can fight. He's coming off a loss, first knockout loss in his career, first blemish in his career. You can bet he wants to have a former champion in Andy Ruiz on his resume.
Yeah, look, we spoke to him yesterday, didn't we, about that defeat and how it affected him. Obviously, look, you know, someone that talks as much as Big Baby does, it's going to affect you a little bit. We can see his recent run of results here. Daniel Dubois defeat. Before that, Lucas Brown win. Cardenas win. Out of the ring for a couple of years as well. We know that. Is he still the Israil Miller post him being banned from the sport? That's the question.
I think there's a lot of time in between. There's too much time, I think. You look at that 2018, he went a long time without fighting.
It's a long time.
At heavyweight. And listen, when you sit on the couch, you're not in the gym. Let's be honest. He wasn't in the gym. You're not in the gym for 2 years, and then you try to get off the couch and get back to who you used to be. You're a long way away from it. But he was talking that stuff yesterday.
Yes.
And he looks the part.
He does.
We got to give that to him. He does look the part.
You know, sometimes when these fighters say, I'm in the best shape of my life, you kind of look them up and down and say, you're lying.
He ain't coming here to work out.
When someone drops 45 pounds,
no, listen.
they're in good shape.
Numbers and the weight and the scale don't lie. This man said he was going to come in at 299, maybe 300 at most. If he weighs in at those numbers, you can bet for sure he's absolutely ready for this and in shape.
Thank you very much to Israil Big Baby Miller.
Well, Israil, back on the big stage, and you certainly look happy to be here. How are you feeling a few days away from this fight?
Man, I feel great. You know what I mean? Listen, we lost 40-something pounds. We've been in the gym. We put all the work in. No stones unturned. Man, we sparring rounds and rounds, 4-minute rounds, 30-second break. But we in shape. You know, and Andy, I don't think Andy took me serious, man. I think he looked at my last performance, and you got to understand something about me. I either knock you out or I beat the shit out you. You know, he win close fights. I don't. You know what I mean? On top of that, I'm fighting him in his backyard. It's not going decision. I'm going to knock him the fuck out.
You said that you're hoping to come in under 300 pounds for this fight. What's the difference with you being a lot lighter than you've been in the past?
I feel like, because I've been out of the ring for a little while and getting that ring rust off, I feel like bringing the weight down was going to be easier for me to get back to technique. Sometimes when you're heavier, you lose the technique. You kind of get sloppy towards the end of the fight because you have not much cardio. So I made them went back to the basics, man. Went back to the basics. We brought a bunch of guys, different styles, different techniques, different speed, and I'm prepared.
One of the storylines of this fight is you're facing the guy that got what you wanted, that got the opportunity against Anthony Joshua and became the unified heavyweight champion. Is this, in a way, a chance to get back some of what you lost?
Oh, yeah, 110%. I'm never a fluke. He's a one-hitter winner. You know what I mean? Now we got to put his ass in the dirt and we got to show who the original Big Baby is. Not the fake one we seen about a couple minutes ago. I'm the original Big Baby, the real warrior. So listen, man, come to August 3rd. Man, let's buy your tickets, get your popcorn, and put your money on the original Big Baby from Brooklyn, baby. Shout out to LA. I love you guys out here. All my Mexican and Belizean fans. Let's go Central America. We outside, baby.
Good luck, Jarrell.
Thank you.
Guys.
That's why I say get Jerome in on every single Riyadh season card because he knows exactly what to do when you put a mic underneath his mouth. He is exciting, he is entertaining, and, as you say, if he is under 300 pounds, he's a problem.
And now let's welcome, from Imperial, California, his professional record, 35 wins, 2 defeats, with 22 of his 35 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the former WBA, IBF, WBO, and IBO Unified Heavyweight Champion of the World, Andy the Destroyer Ruiz.
And that's a reception for Andy Ruiz, who's walking to the ring with his son. I love it. There you go, former unified heavyweight champion of the world, Andy Ruiz, who caused one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen in the heavyweight division when he stopped Anthony Joshua. And life for him, admittedly, hasn't been right since. Can we get back the old Andy Ruiz? If we can, what an addition he is to the heavyweight boxing landscape.
I remember when he knocked out Anthony Joshua. I was jumping up and down, right? And when I made my way back to the TV, I saw him jumping up and down, He had a flair and a charisma about him. He's always been a nice guy, a nice kid with a lot of skills, and he always believed in himself. I'm waiting to see that charisma come back, and I'm hoping that this weekend is that weekend for him.
He struggled in these last couple of fights. Didn't look good against Luis Ortiz. Didn't look good. Got dropped against Chris Arreola. Again, inactivity. He's been out the ring 2 years. 2 years for a heavyweight. 2 years for anyone in any sport is crazy. 2 years for a heavyweight boxer is too long. We'll see. Again, I hope that we can see the old Andy Ruiz. He looks in good shape. Let's hope he performs like he did against AJ, 5 years ago now.
Listen, another fun fight to watch. We got two guys with a lot of inactivity that are trying to climb their way back to the top. This is the crossroads fight for them, and they know it's show up. It's now or never, especially for Big Baby. This is what I know about Andy Ruiz. You touch him, and that's how you really get him going, So I don't think it's going to be hard for Andy Ruiz to show sentiments of who he once was.
Yeah, look at the form guide here. I mean, some great wins. Dimitrenko, that night against AJ, Madison Square Garden, lost to AJ in Saudi Arabia, severely overweight. And then you saw the other two there, Chris Arreola and Luis Ortiz. Not good performances against those. But, and I will say this, you watch him in the ring now, he's still got that speed, still got them fantastic shots. And for a big guy, really good foot movement as well. I mean, this guy can move. I've been that surprised, AJ.
Yeah, well, here's the common denominator with Andy the real big baby, Jared Anderson. Amateur background, started when they were younger, learned how to move and do all those things that a lot of bigger guys don't ever learn how to do. You know, so he has that amateur pedigree and the experience as a professional to go along with it.
The thing that makes favorite here. Sorry, Sergio. Who's the favorite? Who goes into the ring as the favorite?
Well, look, I think on paper you would have to say the former champion in Ruiz, but look, in reality, I think if Miller is really motivated because of the activity that Andy Ruiz hasn't had in the ring, the overconfidence, the personal issues, I would lean towards Big Baby. I mean, that's the reason this fight is, once again, like I said in the past, another 50-50 fight. And I'm looking forward to this one because it's all about hunger for these guys. No pun intended. I know we have issues here with weight when it comes to Ariola and Big Baby, but they need to be hungry. So this is the type of fight. So who takes the bigger punch? And both these guys take a punch, especially Andy Ruiz, but who wants him more? Who's in better shape? Who once he gets into the dog rounds, the middle rounds, if it gets to them, who's going to actually surpass that? That's what I'm interested in seeing. And no, this fight does not last the distance.
Well sold there, Sergio Mora. And look, got two heavyweight fights on this card. You could easily see a situation where the winners fight each other. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the winner of Bukoli Anderson versus the winner of Miller Ruiz?
Absolutely, and like Chris Ariola told us when we spoke to him, this is another chance for another big money fight. So look, this is pretty much a showcase type fight, a presentation to see what you can do right here on Riyadh season in front of His Excellency. Get a knockout here, you get another big fight, another big payday with another big name.
Yeah, this is the wrong time to be an inactive heavyweight. There are so many good heavyweight fights that are being made right now. Joseph Parker's out there, Agate Caballero was out there, Dillian White's now back. There's just too many. Stay active, make some money, make some big fights.
Stay busy, stay working, stay getting paid, and that's the beauty of activity, and that's actually what heavyweights lack. Heavyweights normally fight once, maybe twice a year. If you can get a heavyweight that wants to fight 3 times a year, not only is he going to be, paid, but he's going to be ready to take on the big opportunities when given.
Thank you very much to the former unified heavyweight champion of the world, Andy the Destroyer Ruiz.
Andy, it's been a long road back to getting back into the ring. How are you feeling just a few days out?
I feel good, man. I feel amazing. I'm blessed to be here, and August 3rd is going to be an amazing time.
You were incredibly motivated to become the heavyweight champion in the world. You slid into Eddie Hearn's DMs to get that fight against Anthony Joshua. How motivated are you to become a 2-time heavyweight champion?
I'm really motivated. Like I said, I was a champion of the world. Now that I lost the belt, I'm more hungry than ever. I want to be a 2-time heavyweight champion of the world. That's exactly what we're going to do August 3rd.
I know you and Jarrell have been friendly in the past. He was just out here and said Andy Ruiz is a one-hit wonder. How do you feel about that?
I mean, he can say anything he wants. I can say I'm going to be the president of the United States, but it ain't going to happen. You know what I mean? So I talk with my fists. I talk inside the ring, and we're going to see that.
Anyone can be president, Andy. You can do that.
Exactly, but we're going to give the raza what they want. We're going to win for the raza, for Mexico. We're going to win, man.
Good luck, Andy.
Thank you.
That's a main event card fight on the undercard. It really is. It's a main event card fight anywhere in the world on the undercard. It should be a good one. Andy Ruiz versus Jarrell Miller, former unified heavyweight champion of the world, looking to get back to that spot against Jarrell Miller, who's coming off that defeat to Daniel Dubois. Both of them desperately need a win.
And it's a perfect promotion between a Southern California former champion, a West Coast fighter, and Andy Ruiz versus a bad boy and a loudmouth, a guy that likes to talk, in Jarrell Miller. So two contrasts of styles and personalities from the East Coast, West Coast. This is a perfect promotion, like you said. It could be a main event, but it's not. And that's what we love about this card.
Our next 2 fighters to the ring, competing this Saturday in a 12-round contest. It will be for the WBA Super Lightweight Championship of the World. Let's first welcome the challenger from Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. His professional record, 13 wins, 2 defeats. 9 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome Jose El Rayo Valenzuela.
Here comes Jose Valenzuela coming off a really good win against Chris Colbert. Moving up from 135 pounds to 140. I think it's a good jump for him. He really looks like he's filled out a lot. Fantastic team around him. Robert Garcia, his coach, says he's got a game plan to become world champion. And you wouldn't rule it out. Robert Garcia's had a few world champions in the past. Ain't going to be easy, but being a world champion shouldn't be easy. You just said Andy Ruiz, Jarrell Miller, 50-50 fight. Jared Anderson, Martin McCauley, 50-50 fight. What's this one? What's this one? Be honest. Valenzuela versus Pitbull Cruz. What is it?
Reasonably 60-40.
60-40, okay.
And it's a respected 40 because this is a man in Valenzuela who's, he's fought nothing but good fighters. And even when he did come up short against Colbert, he came back and knocked him out in sensational fashion in a fight where he was dropped as well. He gets up and gets the knockouts as well. He's gone through the fire. He's been on the big test. And Pitbull needs an opponent like this. Pitbull struggled with another tall southpaw in Cabrera. This man is similar to Cabrera, and he's motivated. So this can be definitely a difficult fight for Pitbull Cruz.
It's funny, I think Sean said something yesterday, and Sean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's like Pitbull has really milked, and I don't mind it. Yeah. He's milked that Gervonta Davis defeat. Right? That's what it was. He's milked it, yes. And he's ran with it. And I still think there are question marks as to how good Pitbull Cruz is. We'll find out, because I think Valenzuela is going to push him and ask him different questions on Saturday.
Thank you very much to the challenger, Jose El Rayo Valenzuela.
Well, Jose, you were training for another fight when you got the call to take on Isaac Cruz. Why was it the right move for you to take this fight now?
This was a dream come true to fight for a world title, so, this is it, the biggest stage.
This is your first opportunity to fight for a world title. What would winning one mean to you?
It would mean the world to me. All the sacrifice my parents did to get me here.
You get a lot of pressure sparring in that Robert Garcia gym. Some very good fighters in that gym. What's the key for you to dealing with the pressure of Isaac Cruz?
Staying calm, just like we practiced in the gym, and, shoot sharp and hard.
Good luck, Jose.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's one thing you definitely get from a Robert Garcia gym, sparring. Good sparring. Everyone in there wants to fight, wants to throw down. He's ready. He's going to be ready. I mean, look, if you're not ready for this co-main event, one of the biggest fight cards we've seen in years, you're never going to be ready.
Listen, he said it. Shoot sharp and hard. That's how you beat a Pitbull Cruz. You got to be sharp, and you got to punch him hard. So I think they got a recipe. I'm excited and curious to see it.
And now let's welcome the defending world champion from Ciudad de Mexico, Distrito Federal. His professional record consists of 26 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw. 18 of his 26 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending WBA super lightweight champion of the world, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
I just did a little scan behind me, in front of me, left, right. This place is swelled, and it's beautiful to see. I mean, look how many people are here now. It really has swelled. The intrigue, the interest, I think this is fantastic. It really is for the sport.
They're getting off the ride and they're coming over here. You know what I mean? Like, this is so smooth.
Yeah, they've stopped the Ferris wheel. Everyone wants to know what's going on right here, and this is it, right?
I describe a lot of things as sexy. Right now, boxing don't get no sexier than this right here.
Indeed. And this man's grown a fan base in the last couple of years as well. I mean, it's that Pitbull Cruz world champion. You know what you get with him, Sergio. He comes, he throws hands, he wants to scrap all the time. Very exciting fighter.
He's the type of fighter that made more fans in a loss. He made more boxing fans, cheer for him in that loss with Tank Davis, because that was a competitive fight versus a beast. In Tank, one of the highest knockout ratios, he blows out through everybody. Cruz was able to hold his own. Mexicans love fighters like Pitbull Cruz. That's the reason he's on this card. But he's in there with a live, hungry guy in Jose Valenzuela. And styles make fights, man. This is a fighter who struggled with a tall southpaw in Cabrera. Guess what? He's dealing with another tall southpaw in Valenzuela. Humble.
He's stocky, isn't he? I mean,
humble, quiet, but he fights like a maniac. That Pitbull is a perfect example of how he acts, because Pitbulls don't bark. Pitbulls don't bark, but we know they bite.
Yeah, you look at his recent wins. Obviously, stopped Romero, and that was a vicious stoppage as well. You mentioned that fight against Giovanni Cabrera, where he did struggle. He did, and a lot of people thought maybe Cabrera was unlucky not to get the W there. And the L you see, no shame in that one, Tank Davis, where he did push Tank all the way in that one.
Yeah, I felt like Cabrera actually won that fight, but the guy that needed to win, should have won the fight. Okay. Pitbull is marketable. Pitbull moves on, and we have a night like this.
Thank you very much to the defending world champion, Isak Pitbull Cruz.
Isak, first world title defense, and you're going to do it in front of a lot of your fans on Saturday. How are you feeling about this first defense?
Entonces, Isak, primera defensa de tu título mundial, pero vas a defenderlo frente a mucha gente de la nación mexicana. ¿Cómo te sientes ante este desafío?
Nos sentimos muy contentos, venimos muy motivados y para la gente venimos a dar una gran pelea.
We're really up for it, we're really motivated, and I'm convinced that the guys are going to come here and watch a great fight.
Valenzuela coming off a big win against Chris Colbert. What kind of fight are you expecting?
Después de su gran victoria frente a Colbert, ¿qué tipo de pelea estás esperando de Valenzuela?
Yo vengo preparado para cualquier tipo de pelea. Tenemos los planes suficientes para hasta improvisar un gran combate y llevarnos el cinturón a casa.
I think that I'm prepared for any type of fight that he brings to me. We've got plans in place for any eventualities, and I'm hoping for a great fight and to bring that title back home.
You worked hard to get that title, but you told us you are more motivated now after winning it. Why?
Trabajaste mucho trabajo duro, pero después de ganar el título, aún estás más motivada aún. ¿Por qué?
Porque quiero ser el mejor de la división y ahorita dar un gran golpe que Isak el Pitbull Cruz va a dar de qué hablar en 140 libras.
Dime otra vez, perdón.
Que Isak el Pitbull Cruz va a ser campeón absoluto en 140 libras y que soy mexicano y que voy a poner la bandera de México en lo más alto en 140 libras.
Because I'm the best in the division, and Isak Cruz is going to win the 140 division.
Any message to all your fans that came out for you today and will be there on Saturday?
¿Algún mensaje para la afición que va a acudir el sábado?
Agradecerles de todo corazón el apoyo porque soy mexicano y voy a poner la bandera de México en lo más alto.
So, I'd like to thank them with all my heart for their support. We're all Mexicans together, and we're going to raise that Mexican flag on high on Saturday.
Good luck, Isak.
Thanks so much.
He's confident, right? He knows he's got the home support. I mean, look, in terms of the fans that are going to turn up to the BMO Stadium on Saturday, like he could have half the crowd. Honestly, the amount of tickets I've heard that he's sold, he could have half the crowd. It's going to be an incredible atmosphere.
I think between between Pitbull Cruz and Andy Ruiz,
I'm trying to help you, and I'm messing up.
I think it's going to be a lot of passionate Mexicans in the crowd. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, our main event this Saturday is scheduled for 12 rounds. It will be for both the WBO Interim and WBA Super Welterweight Championships of the world. And it is also a final eliminator for the WBC World Title. Let's first welcome from Khiva, Uzbekistan, undefeated with 10 wins, 1 draw, 7 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending WBA Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Israil the Dream Madrimov.
Here comes the champ. Let's not forget, he is the current unbeaten WBA 154-pound champ, the Dream, Israil Madrimov. Incredible amateur career. Now he's making his strides in the professional ranks, but it won't get any more difficult for him than this Saturday against Terence Crawford, but he's ready. He's ready. He's good to go. He's had a great training camp. Joel Diaz and the team have told me that. What a fight we have on Saturday, Sergio.
Incredible talent. One of these fighters that go under the radar because it's so special, but he has the strength. Yeah, he's a strong puncher, not a power puncher, strong puncher. He has excellent footwork. He has that amateur pedigree. He has a great team behind him, Joel Diaz. I mean, the sparring is there. Everything is great, but it's a quiet confidence that he brings to the ring. But Bud Crawford knows that. He knows what he's against. He knows he's in there with a strong switch hitter as well. Someone that could fight southpaw and fight from that orthodox stance. Excellent body puncher. Come forward or backwards, he's equally as dangerous.
Every time I see him, I'm just talking visually here, he just reminds me of Golovkin. I don't know what it is, but everyone tells me he's a Golovkin with better footwork, and that just sounds quite scary.
They have that cold poker face, you know. When they smile, it's still intimidating. It's like a little grin, but most of the time, it's just all business, and that's what I think what they mean. That and maybe the stature, similar to Golovkin.
Well, just like the overall style, like the way he kind of, you know, stalks his opponents, comes behind his hands, not just walking up on anybody, you know, but that one thing, though, that Triple G has, stones. You know what I mean? He don't have the stone hands. Yeah. He's got heavy hands.
And stone chin.
And the stone chin. Yeah. He's got heavy hands, but I think it's going to take a lot to get Terence to break him down. But that's what he's got to do. He's got to break down Terence.
Technically very, very good, isn't he? You watch him and everything's as it should be. I guess what he's going to need to be on Saturday is going to be, he needs something to be special. So everything right now is good. It's a 7, 8 out of 10. He's going to need a couple of 10 out of 10 things to beat Terence Crawford.
Technically he's special, but he's going to have to show something that he hasn't been able to show yet because he hasn't faced anyone like a Bud Crawford. He's going to have to show guts, heart, and he's going to have to pull out more than just a plan A to beat the pound-for-pound #1 fighter in the world.
And I know that this is professional boxing, but something that I always knew as an amateur, we go across overseas and things like that. The straight up and down orthodox, very clean boxers, they always gave us trouble. We had all of the speed and movement and all that kind of stuff. There might be something there. We'll see.
A little somersault as well. Obviously, this is the Olympics right now. I mean, a bit of gymnastics from him.
Thank you very much to the undefeated defending world champion, Israil the Dream Madrimov.
Well, Israil, you're known as the Dream. You said all week that this was a dream come true for you. How are you feeling just a few days out?
I'm feeling great, alhamdulillah. I'm waiting this moment a long time. My dream is coming true because Saturday night I show all boxing fans great fight, inshallah.
I was asking you earlier this week if all that comes with a big fight, all the responsibilities, if they're stressful to you. You said you enjoy all of this. Why?
Не, все нормально. Это мечта меня, и сейчас только наслаждаю от этого, от всего.
As I said, that's a dream come true, and I enjoy every single moment here. I enjoy all the crowd, the public. Thank you, LA.
Everyone knows how good Terence Crawford is. What's the one thing you have to do to beat him?
Только победа надо мне, поэтому я покажу все, что умею в ринге.
I only think about the victory, and I will show everything that I have inside the ring.
Good luck, Israil.
Thank you so much.
The biggest night of his career coming up in 3 days' time. Israil Madrimov, the current WBA 154-pound champion, a belt he picked up in his last fight against Majamod Kurbanov back in only just a few months ago, actually. Now he steps up against Terence Crawford. Can he pull off one of the biggest upsets in boxing? His team thinks he can. He certainly thinks he can. Isn't going to be easy. Again, Sergio, technically solid, very, very good, knows exactly what he's doing. You know, he switch hits as well. Let's not forget, he goes into the southpaw stance as well, and he does it very fluently. He's got really good footwork. Great fight, really is a fantastic fight to headline the first Riyadh season card international.
And now let's welcome, from Omaha, Nebraska, undefeated with 40 wins, 31 of his 40 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the three-weight world champion and the current WBA Super, WBC, and WBO welterweight champion of the world, Terence Bud Crawford.
I like this. I like the music choice. Eminem, obviously, you know, this Crawford Eminem thing is starting to grow a lot. Obviously, it kicked off when Eminem walks into the ring when he beat Errol Spence, a career best performance. Eminem will be there on Saturday as well. So why not start your media workout with a bit of one of the best MCs we've ever seen?
And it's the new stuff.
That is it. You know what I asked him? I asked him yesterday, you guys left. I said to him, is this bigger than Errol? Because obviously Errol was a fight we've been waiting for I don't know, nearly a decade. He says it was because it brings a different set of eyeballs. I think he mentioned that Errol was the fight for the urban community. It's one that we've been craving. Whereas this is maybe something a bit different. Did you understand that?
He was not putting shade on Errol Spence Jr.
No, of course not.
He was bringing light to the situation. This is the biggest situation that he's ever been in the sport of boxing, amateur or pro. It don't get no bigger than this.
Sean, look at them. How dare they, Sean? Could they not just leave you out of there?
No, I'm in there. I'm in
there. We do not need to see Sean's name there, okay?
Oh, you said could they do?
Yeah, can they just kind of get rid of it?
Yeah, well, you know, it's history.
It is history, and it was a great fight. Let's not forget, it was a really good fight. Mac, obviously, long-term trainer of Terence Crawford in the ring with him. They've got the game plan, as they have, right? I mean, how many guys have tried? 40 guys have tried and 40 guys have failed.
Yes.
So it's good game plan. They know exactly what they're doing.
And I love that they've done it together.
Yeah.
He's been with Bo-Mac forever.
Yeah.
And they've grown together. Bo-Mac knows his stuff. And of course, we know what Terence can do. And they really have made it to this point together. I love it. Went to Omaha to Buzz Parade. And you saw when Bo-Mac got up to speak, he got choked up and he almost lost it. And he said, listen, I told him we were going to be here. I told him. You know, so it's beautiful to see this come together the way for both of these guys, the way that they have.
It is, Sergio, just because, look, we remember what it was like for Terence when he was watching the likes of Sean and Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia and Errol Spence, and he's watching all that happen, and he couldn't get those fights. And he must have thought, like, when am I going to get those fights? And he knew the talent was there, but he didn't have the opponent to showcase the talent. And now look at this, as he approaches 37, he gets all of this.
Sometimes when you have scary talent, you're avoided. I mean, that's just the case in boxing. That's just part of being a skilled fighter. And Bud Crawford, for a long time, even though he was cleaning out the division, becoming undisputed at lightweight, undisputed at welterweight, junior welterweight, and having one of the biggest fights, whether it was in an urban community or period, with Errol Spence, he still didn't get the respect until his 30s. You know, normally fighters are in their prime in their 25. This is a man that's been in his prime for the last 10 years, a decade in his prime, and now he's getting his flowers. I love it. I love it, and I'm glad he's gotten his flowers with his longtime trainer by his corner.
Thank you very much to the undefeated three-weight world champion, Terence Bud Crawford.
Well, Bud, you're no stranger to big events. Certainly a unique atmosphere for an open workout. What do you think of this event so far?
Oh, man, it's wonderful, man. Thanks, everybody, for coming out and showing support for not only me, but for all the fighters on the card. We're going to show up, and we're going to show out here Saturday. It's going to be a wonderful night of boxing come Saturday night.
First fight for you at 154. How have you felt carrying that extra weight?
Ooh-wee, I feel great. Come Saturday, I got a treat for y'all.
You said that this guy, Madrimov, you believe is the best at 154. What kind of fight are you expecting from him?
I'm expecting him to come out and do everything he can to try to dethrone me. But like I said before, I'm going to keep saying it again. This is the Terence Crawford era, and I'm taking that belt.
You're going to be 37 years old in a couple of months. You're still fighting as well as you ever have before. You're a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever your career ends. What keeps you motivated to keep going in these types of events?
The naysayers, the ones like you that say I'm old. No, but I feel great. I don't smoke. I never smoked, never drunk. So, you know, my body is well preserved. I'm just so competitive that, you know, when I think I reach my ceiling, there's always that extra push to do something that I've never done before.
I feel like the number of naysayers probably dwindled a lot in the last year.
Oh, man. Hey, it is what it is, man. I don't care.
Good luck, bud.
Thank you.
Tom, here, Thomas Schreiber has an announcement. Let's go over to Tom.
Ladies and gentlemen,
make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Bud Crawford. Make some noise for Bud Crawford, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I have a very special announcement. As always, Riyadh season is filling events with surprises for the fans. And for the Riyadh season card in Los Angeles on Saturday, August 3rd, they will be giving away a Lucid car to one of the attendees.
Wait, you know when they say attendees, does that include us? Like, am I an attendee? Do I get a chance to win a car as well? Or is it we're just talking just the fans? I mean, do I get it?
I don't know. Did they hand out raffle tickets? I mean, I
want to know how this plays out.
Raffle ticket?
I want to know how this plays out.
Okay, you have to purchase a ticket, okay?
I'll do that somehow. I'll do that somehow. And that was a good media workout. We saw a lot there. It was good to see as well. Bud looks in terrifying mood, you know, because he's got this way of kind of smiling, but it's still quite menacing.
I just thought about something else.
What?
At 36, almost 37 years old, and he just said it, I'm well preserved. Not only did he not do anything to his temple, the drinking, the smoking, the party, all those kinds of things, he ain't really been in the wars. You know, everybody thought he was going to go to war with me. I came to the ring with a different game plan, and he got out of the ring without going to war with me. And then everybody thought that the fight with Errol Spence Jr. was going to be a war. He washed him. You know what I mean? So he's healthy. He's all the way ready for this fight. And if anything, man, like he said yesterday, he's more dangerous at 36 than he was at 26.
He certainly is. Sergio Moro is going to make his way downstairs. He's going to join the commentary team of Todd Grisham and Chris Maddox because we have something more for you, a little extra for you. We have free fights. So it isn't just a media and public workout. We're going to entertain you. Some guys are going to throw some hands better than this, better than what I just did there, hopefully. So stick with us. We have Fight Night Extra coming your way straight after this.
What more could they possibly give?
Remember the dream. Stay focused. Everything or nothing. Final round. Everything or nothing, son. Everything or nothing.
There you go, look at that, Santa Monica Pier. I like it. The daylight's starting to set a little bit, and they say LA is better at the nighttime, and I think it's going to be as well. Fight Night Extra now for you guys, and I think this is such a great idea. I've been speaking about it throughout the week. Boxing shouldn't just be on a Saturday. Boxing should be every day. I grew up on ESPN Friday Fight Nights, and I want to see that every day, and we're going to kick things off as well. This is the fight card that we've got coming up for you guys. Marc Castro versus George Acosta, Miguel Parra versus Shakhram, Giyasov. A lot of people expecting good things out of Giyasov. Can he be the next welterweight star? And Ray Corona versus Nathan Lugo. I love this, Sean. I like it, and I think every media public workout, look, I get it, it's not that easy to do, but if we can, every media public workout should have a couple of fights after. Why not?
It's cold.
It's cold?
It's cold.
Okay, 1 second. Sean is hungry, and it's cold. Yeah.
Fly. That's Riyadh season equals fly. You know what I mean? Like, everything out here has been fly. It's been sexy. It's been cold. And it doesn't get any better than this. You know, and I can't. I've been involved in this sport since I was 8 years old. Been competing since I was 8. I've done it all as a fighter, going around the world. This right here is the pinnacle of what I've been a part of as a fighter, being a part of boxing.
Yeah, it's really special. It really is. Let's go downstairs to our commentators. I can see they're ready. Todd Grisham, Chris Mannix, and Sergio Morris. Hip Scott down there as well. Guys, he said this is cold, as in this is good.
And there was
not
a bat
cold
just
weather,
went
as in
by-
cold, as in this is very good.
Did you see the bat that went by us?
No, I didn't see a bat.
Uh-huh.
There was
Yeah.
a bat?
Yep.
What does that mean?
There was a bat that flew by. Let them do what they're going to do.
Okay, guys, there was a bat. Be careful. There's a bat that flew by.
I think Sean's lost the plot. 2 hours on TV, get Sean out of here. He's talking about bats right now.
He's also from Ohio.
Yeah,
Like, what are we talking about with cold? Like, it's a lot colder in
Boston?
Ohio. Yes.
You know who's not cold? Me.
Yeah, I heard him say fly and sexy as well. Is that what you're trying to go for here to show us up with this outfit?
Always.
I've got some different words.
Well, let's talk about a few of the fighters we're going to see here. We got 3 live fights. We start out with Nathan Lugo, 1-0, coming off a big knockout win. He was a very decorated amateur. What would you like to see from him tonight?
More power. Nathan Lugo had a spectacular knockout in his pro debut a few months ago. This is a light heavyweight that can punch with both hands. To build that kind of momentum he needs in this division, he's got to get another early knockout.
And, of course, we got Shakhram Giyasov, another Uzbek fighter, Madrimov from Uzbekistan as well. Shakhram seems to me like maybe he's kind of leveled off a little bit. Do you want to see something special from him?
We've been wanting to see something special because he has so much talent. He has speed, he has power, he has the aggression, he has the pedigree, but he doesn't take chances. So, no, at this point, he needs to shine now. I mean, we're here for Riyadh season. It's time to show out.
Yeah, he's a talented fighter. There's no question about that. A decorated amateur right now is #1 in the welterweight rankings for 2 sanctioning bodies. But this is a television sport. You've got to be television friendly. And Shakhram Giyasov's last 2 fights against Harold Calderon in New Orleans and then his last fight against Pablo Cesar Cano were not television friendly. So I need to see more action from Shakhram Giyasov tonight.
Well, the man in our main event, Marc Castro, will certainly give us lots to cheer about. He's all about action. We'll talk more about him in a minute, but let's start our first fight of the night. Enough of us talking, for God's sakes. Here we go. It's our tail of the tape. Nathan Lugo in action, putting his unbeaten record of 1-0 against Ray Corona, who's 4-1. Both of these men making the super middleweight limit. We are scheduled for 4 rounds as we go into the ring, and Mr. Thomas Triber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner, Ray, the American Dream, Corona.
Well, the song is Here Comes the Rooster, Sergio. Is this El Gallo, Ray Corona?
No, it is not. It's just Ray Corona.
A native of Chicago, currently resides in Provo, Utah. He's 31 now, turned pro at 27, a 4-1 record. But, Sergio, we know why he's here. He's here to make Nathan Lugo look good. How does he not have that happen?
By not getting knocked out. He's coming off a knockout loss. I mean, he's one of these fighters. He doesn't have power, no knockouts on his resume. Has been knocked out.
But he just knocked out the camera, man. So he's returning to the ring 109 days after suffering his first loss as a pro, a first-round knockout defeat against prospect Tipton Walker.
Tipton Walker. Sounds like one of Chris Mannix's cousins.
You know, Ray Corona's going to face a lot of pressure in this first round. I think he's got to weather that storm early to try to put himself in the fight as it progresses, because he's got a big puncher in front of him tonight.
Ray Corona turned pro in February of 2020, but his second bout didn't come until 31 months later because of the coronavirus. So talk about stumbling out of the gate to your career. I'm sure that's not how he wanted things to happen. the American Dream, Ray Corona.
And now let's welcome to the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, the undefeated Nathan Brickbuster Lugo.
The Brickbuster, and he's got the Deadpool outfit on, Sergio.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about this 2 days ago. I've never seen Deadpool, and Chris Mannix was telling me, you gotta see part 1, part 2. Never seen this movie.
Love Deadpool and love Nathan Lugo as a fighter. Like I mentioned, power in both hands, good pressure, nice skill set as well. Picked up a knockout in the Overtime Boxing Series a few months ago on DAZN. And you talk to the Matchroom people, this is kind of an audition for Nathan Lugo, a chance to show himself and see if there's a promoter out there like Matchroom that will make an investment in him.
Yeah, his pro debut ended 93 seconds after it started. He got a pair of knockdowns against Robert Lartigue and knocked him out in round number 1. Have you seen the new Deadpool Wolverine movie, Chris?
No, I have not. I plan on seeing it, so if anybody has any spoilers, I do not want to hear them. If there are any cameos, I do not want to hear about them.
I think they killed Deadpool.
Deadpool. Well, he's alive, Pool, tonight as he makes his way to the ring in the form of Nathan Lugo, as Chris shakes his head at my terrible reference.
Hey, for a kid for 1-0, he's coming out with some swag. You know, that's confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fight Night at Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. It is all being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Sella, Gold Star Promotions, and Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions. At this time, we would like to extend a big thank you to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey Al-Sheikh. We get things started with 4 rounds scheduled in the super middleweight division. Our 3 judges assigned will be Ivan Guillermo, Pam Hayashida, and Eddie Hernandez Sr. Our referee in charge will be Rudy Badragan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white trunks and weighed in officially at 167.8 pounds. A native of the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. He is now making his home in Provo, Utah, and has a professional record of 4 wins and 1 defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ray, the American Dream, Corona. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He's wearing red with black and weighed in officially at 168.8 pounds. Hailing from Marietta, Georgia, he is undefeated with 1 win. That 1 win comes by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Nathan Brickbuster Lugo.
Protect yourselves at all times. 4 rounds. Good luck.
All right, so Nathan Lugo, who had an amateur record of 252 wins, only 9 losses, 40 by KO. There he is. Looks like he spent his entire purse tonight on those trunks, right? That is some high-level, expensive gear. He'll be taking on Ray Corona, 4-1 out of Utah.
You know, that 40 knockouts on his amateur resume, that might not seem like a lot on paper, but Sergio, you know, getting 40 knockouts is significant in the amateur ranks.
Getting a knockout in 3 rounds, absolutely. And the knockouts don't come in the amateur because you're wearing oversized gloves and headgear, and yeah, that's really impressive.
Speaking of impressive, Lugo says, I don't waste any time. I come right after my opponents. That's what he did in his opening bout, winning in 93 seconds, and he's trying to do the same here.
You can see he has heavy hands already. He's not the fastest with his combinations, but you could definitely see that he has power behind those fists. Good body shot there by Lugo.
Yeah, Ray Corona's already eaten heavy shots. The power punches are landing at will. And look at Nathan Lugo go.
That's what I was talking about, Ray Corona. If he's going to have any chance to stay in this fight, he's got to survive this first round. Nathan Lugo is a huge puncher.
How's his footwork, Sergio?
You know, for a big man, he's pretty nifty on his feet. He's flat-footed.
Oh, he just ate a left, and he throws a right back.
He's flat-footed, but he has a good bounce. You know, he has good rhythm. He fights with a good rhythm, Lugo. But his chin's up in the air right now. He is susceptible to overhand shots.
You want Corona, if he is going to lose this early, at least get your shots in. Throw your offense. Let your hands go.
And there is opportunity right there. He threw a left hook, landed on the chin.
Yeah, but Lugo's fighting with reckless abandon. He knows Corona can't hurt him, or at least thinks he can't hurt him.
And that's when you can catch your opponent off guard and hurt him. Because in this sport, you know, if you land a good shot, it's always going to hurt if you land it on the tip of the chin. And Lugo's giving you an opportunity. The chin's in the air, and he's getting overly aggressive on those combinations. Look, right there, you see Corona just barely came up short. If he would have doubled his jab in, he would have landed that right hand.
Good body work again from Lugo. Spreading the wealth, so to speak. I love the guard manipulation, Sergio. He pulled the gloves down with his left hand and landed the right.
Yeah, Fernando Vargas used to do that a lot.
I like that power jab from Lugo. I'd like to see a little bit more of that, setting up some of these power shots.
That's actually frowned upon and maybe even illegal, but if the referee lets you get away with it, pawing the glove and the guard down and trying to sneak a shot in, then go ahead. I like that jab that Lugo throws. Anytime it's an interception jab, you know, anytime Corona wants to get something started, Lugo throws a power shotgun jab to stop the momentum.
Oh, clubbing shot. That was behind the head. Let's see if the referee talks to him about it. Nope. 10 seconds to go, and it looks like Corona is going to make it out of round 1.
There you go. There's that shot again.
Uh-oh.
Good shots. I mean, look, right there. He's switching southpaw, Lugo. He fights squared up, but he gets away with it because he's so powerful and explosive from both sides. You know, Mike Tyson used to square up on opponents, and he used to get away with it because he had that power. And anytime you got that power, you know, opponents are afraid of opening up or throwing something back or countering those shots. But that's what I'm not liking in Lugo. He pulls back with the chin in the air.
You know, he was a talented amateur. No doubt about that. A lot of skill in Nathan Lugo. 25 national championships on his resume. But you can see he kind of feels more comfortable as a backyard brawler a little bit. Keeps that chin exposed. Even that look on his face, like he's just coming out to seek and destroy.
He began boxing at the age of 8 after his mother signed him up for lessons because he was being bullied. And a right hand and a left. Corona's coming out. I like this.
Yeah, Corona just got caught with a big left hook. I mean, the power is definitely on Lugo's side because Corona, he landed a clean shot, but when Lugo lands, he rocks him. He shakes him up.
Nathan Lugo won the 2024 Olympic U.S. trials at 80 kilos, but received a 1-month suspension for an anti-doping rule violation. Sergio was suspended for marijuana, which we can all smell in the air right now. What are your thoughts on fighters being suspended for weed?
Well, look, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of it, especially with those CBD oils that fighters are actually getting caught with. I don't know how it works. I'm not a fan of it.
And they're going to stop it. Corona says, "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" Lugo says, "Hey, I'll take the win." That's whatever, but it's over. And Nathan Lugo is now 2-0, and I'm sure Ryan Reynolds is proud of the Deadpool lookalikes performance. Not the most dramatic ending to a fight. I mean, Corona was taking shots, but he didn't seem completely done yet. But I guess in the end, Sergio, we all knew what the end was going to be.
Yeah, Ray Corona killed his high.
A buzzkill. Yeah, there you go. So Nathan Lugo is now 2-0 with 2 knockouts. And the man who won 3 junior Olympic titles in a 4-year span looks pretty good as a professional so far.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, he's definitely raw.
Yeah.
But
he's only 20 years old, too.
No. I get it. He's only has 1 fight. But I like the enthusiasm. I like what there's to work with there, especially in this weight division where it's about power, it's about strength. I like what I saw.
So the native of Orlando, Florida, who now lives in Marietta, Georgia.
Your neck of the woods, Georgia.
My
right?
neck of the woods. Ladies and gentlemen, Cruz versus Valenzuela, Mexico versus Mexico in the co-main event. Sergio, who you got in that one?
I love that fight. And if there's look, we know that there's 50-50 matchups here, but Valenzuela is a very live dog, a tall southpaw, motivated, trained by Robert Garcia. That's a live dog right there. And Pitbull's looking to maul Valenzuela.
Valenzuela had some really good answers today during our fighter interviews. I mean, he knows what to do. It's just, can he do it?
No, he's a very smart and articulate fighter. I was really interested in him. And yeah, he said all the right things. And he can fight. He can definitely fight. So this is his moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 54 seconds of round number 2. Our referee, Rudy Barragan, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Nathan Brickbuster Lugo.
So Chris Mannix making his way in to speak to Lugo.
Well, Nathan, congratulations. This opponent got out of the first round, but he didn't get much further than that. How do you feel about that performance?
I feel pretty good. He was a lot tougher than I anticipated. He's pretty strong, but I could see the punches coming, and I felt like he had a little bit more fight in him, but I get the ref was being safe, and that's a good ref right there.
You were a decorated amateur, 2 fights now into your pro career. How has the adjustment been to the pro ranks?
It's a lot different because in amateur you'll fight day after day after day versus pro you got like a whole week to anticipate. Like I got this one dude who I'm fighting. How does he fight a little bit? Oh, it's one fight. It's not a whole week. So it gives you a little bit of a different aspect.
You're a clubbing puncher out there when you're in the ring. What is your mindset when you're facing these types of opponents?
My mindset is I just need to tear him apart. That's all it is. Be brutally honest. I'm here to hurt someone. If someone's here to hurt me, it's just the way of the game.
Congratulations, David.
Thank you so much.
Guys?
La Máquina Miguel Parra. Good power behind those punches. 22 wins, 14 knockouts. Going up against Shakhram Giyasov.
Sergio, you're getting ahead of yourself. We're not done with this fight yet. This is the story of the fight as we jump back into these highlights.
I understand that, but before that, I want to get into the next fight. We already got done with this fight. This is actually a good fight. I understand what he was doing here. Good combinations. I like the way that Lugo was able to pull back. He expected something to pull back, to counter. You know, these are the things that you actually learn on the job. You know, you want to jab downstairs, you want to jab to the chest, you want to throw some body shots to open up those headshots. But work in progress, and you know he's being molded into a good fighter right now.
You know, I love the answer that Nathan Lugo.
You confused.
You know, he was out there to hurt somebody. He's out there to hurt guys. That's the exact kind of mindset you want from a young fighter. There's obviously some polish that needs to take place with Nathan Lugo, but get him in the gym, work on some of that defense. I think he's going to be a pretty good fighter.
Still 2 more fights to go, but first, let's check back in. Ooh, look at that sunset. Here's Ade Oladipo. You don't get this in England, brother.
There's places in Blackpool like this in central London, but to be honest, no, maybe nothing quite like this, especially the weather, the LA weather as well. It's so good to see the crowd is still staying around. Obviously, they're watching this for free. This is fantastic. I mean, you don't get boxing for free, I can tell you that in LA, so this is good for them. And, you know, that was a good performance as well from young Nathan Lugo. Obviously, look, his second fight, he was a bit aggressive, maybe rushed his work, but you want to get people out of there to impress the fans.
That's what happens, especially young in your career. You're in front of a lot of people. Yeah. You know, he's got, you know, he came out, seemed a little shaky, even though he's very aggressive. But then he started to get himself together, find the shots, opposed to just throwing them. And those are things you look for in terms of experience and that growing process. Not only am I throwing the hook, now I see exactly where it's going. So he's on his way.
How do you slow down young fighters that want to be super aggressive and want to maybe jump before they can walk, so to speak?
I always, so I've been training kids, and they want to get in the ring and just go at it. I start with your jab.
Yeah.
Slow it down. I don't want to see anything else but the jab. And so a kid like Lugo, you would tell him, like, literally come out, find your jab, and work from there. You know, and I think that usually when you just start with the basic and you go slow like that, everything else settles down, and then you start to kind of work more accordingly.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing more of Nathan Lugo. Hopefully this year, yeah, we should see him again this year. 1 down, 2 to go from here right now. And it isn't just boxing on DAZN. There's so much more to come your way in the coming months, including the EA Sports World Cup. EA Sports World Cup live on DAZN. Remember them kids that were just in their rooms and their mum used to say, go out and play? Not anymore. When you kind of see the money that's on offer to stay in your room and play computer games, maybe those kids have got a reason now to stay indoors and play computer games. As I said, 1 down, 2 to go. So let's go back downstairs to our commentary team for our next fight.
All right, thank you, Ade. Let's jump into the weigh-in from yesterday. Miguel, Parra, and Shakhram Giyasov. Sergio, what kind of fight do you think we're going to see here tonight between these two?
Well, look, I'm hoping to see Giyasov get aggressive on Parra. Parra has been stopped, but he has power behind those punches. He will come. He has that typical Mexican style. Giyasov has the footwork. This is the type of fight where he can showcase Giyasov and turn some heads if he wants to.
Well, let's jump into our tail of the tape for this, our second of 3 fights tonight. Shakhram Giyasov, unbeaten. A native of Uzbekistan, now based in Brooklyn, 31 years old. Miguel Parra from Mexico. He's 30 years old, 5'10", weighed in at 140 pounds, 49 pounds rather. This is scheduled for 10 rounds in the welterweight division. Here's Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, Riyadh season is filling events with surprises for the fans and for the Riyadh season card in Los Angeles, Saturday, August 3rd. They will be giving away a Lucid car to one of the attendees at the BMO Arena in a draw. Let's continue now, and first welcome to the ring from Mexico, Miguel La Máquina Parra.
The machine, right, Sergio?
That's right. Can you try to say it yourself?
Máquina.
No.
El Máquina.
No.
What?
La Máquina.
La Máquina. I thought La meant feminine. Should it be El?
Not in Spanish.
Either way, here goes Miguel Parra. 22 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw as Chris Mannix is here ringside with us. And Chris, hey, there's some people here that think he's going to win this fight tonight, even though he's a massive underdog.
Yeah, I think this is potentially a pretty competitive fight and a dangerous fight, I think, for Shakhram Giyasov, who is the #1 contender for 2 of the 147-pound titles, taking on an experienced guy, a durable guy, and a guy with a pretty good skill set. So if Shakhram Giyasov is not on his game, this could be a tough night for him.
This is his second fight in the United States. Faced David Morales in Arizona back in 2019, got a first-round knockout. He's lost 3 of his last 5 fights, following a 22-1-1 start. So he'd love to get back on track tonight with the biggest win of his career if he can beat Shakhram Giyasov.
Yeah, and every loss versus undefeated fighters are winners. So every time he steps up, he comes up short. But that just shows you that he has experience. So he's going up against another undefeated fighter. We know that he's the B-side, but he has experience already.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Uzbekistan, the undefeated Shakhram Wonderboy Giyasov.
Sergio Giyasov is rumored to have had nearly 400 amateur fights. That is insane. That's like fighting twice a day.
That is insane, and he probably was fighting twice a day. He's a 2016 silver medalist, and one of these fighters that actually was an exceptional amateur, but the professional game's totally different.
You know, I walked over a moment ago to Joel Diaz, his trainer, and I asked Joel, what do you want to see from Giyasov? He said, I need him to knock this guy out. He said, if he doesn't come out aggressive, if he doesn't come out throwing punches, I'm grabbing my water bottle and I'm going home. That's what he said.
So he's that frustrated with his fighter.
Look, it's been a tough couple of fights for Shakhram Giyasov. Went the distance with Harold Calderon in a very lackluster fight. Did not look great against Pablo Cesar Cano. He has power in that left hand. He's got to show it in this fight tonight.
No, I understand the frustration on a great trainer like Joel Diaz. You know, when you have speed, you have power, you have the pedigree. Hey, you're fortunate enough to have that. Take chances.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with 10 rounds scheduled in the welterweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. And promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Stella, Gold Star Promotions, and Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions in association with World of Boxing. Our 3 judges assigned will be Ivan Guillermo, Pam Hayashida, and Eddie Hernandez Sr. Our referee in charge will be David Sullivan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue with black and weighed in officially at 149 pounds. Coming to us from Tepic, Nayarit, Mexico, he brings a professional record consisting of 22 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw, with 14 of his 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Miguel La Máquina Parra. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He's wearing white with green and weighed in officially at 149.4 pounds. Hailing from Bukhara, Uzbekistan, he is undefeated with 15 wins, 9 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the current IBF North American welterweight champion, Shakhram Wonderboy Giyasov.
instructions in the locker room. I expect a good, clean fight. Listen to my instructions at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. God bless you both.
It's the summer of boxing in Uzbekistan. Several of their amateur boxers are doing great over in the Paris Olympic Games right now. Saturday night, Israil Madrimov in the main event against Terence Crawford. And now the Uzbekistani silver medalist from the Olympics, Shakhram Giyasov, 15-0 with 9 knockouts. In action here tonight. Let's see if he can deliver the goods. His trainer wants a knockout win, but Miguel Parra not going to make it easy. Scheduled for 10 rounds live from the Santa Monica Pier, ladies and gentlemen, in Southern California. Todd Grisham, Sergio Mora, and Chris Mannix ringside.
You know, that left hook of Giyasov is one of his best weapons, so keep an eye on that early on.
I actually drove here with Shakhram Giyasov and his crew. I got to talk to him, and they basically said, Parra's right up our alley. He's going to be right in front of us. He'll be aggressive, and that's what we want, someone that's going to come and get it.
Yep, when you have footwork and you have angles, that's exactly what you want, because you can get to catch an angle on them, flank them from that weak position, and that's how you get the knockouts when you're dealing with tough guys. You know, you punch them when they don't see the punch coming. But Parra is an imposing figure, big, muscular fighter. He's going to stay in front of you, so there's going to be something to hit there. You got to soften him up. If you're Giyasov, you know, jabbing down to the belly, you know, bend him in half.
Parra coming off a win in March over Ramon Barajas. But this would be by far the biggest win on his resume.
See a couple of times Giyasov just missing with that left hook. Expect him to go down to the body a little bit more. See if you can soften him up down there, get those arms down.
I could already see that Parra's going to give Giyasov some issues. I mean, one, he looks in great shape. He looks in shape. He has the power, but he's fighting the right fight right now. He's not trying to throw too many punches at Giyasov right now. He's trying to throw the right punches, trying to get Giyasov off balance, jumping in and counter. Parra's a clever veteran.
Giyasov 4 straight decision wins after starting out with 9 knockouts in his first 11 fights. Do you read anything into that, Sergio?
Well, that he's fighting better opposition. I mean, you look at who he's fighting. He's fighting fighters that, you know, have been on the championship level. Cano has over 40 fights. You know, when you're fighting fighters that are undefeated, 27-0, 22-4. You know, these guys have winning records, and it's hard to get them out of there.
Yeah, Cano's undefeated, but Cano's a blown-up 135, 140-pounder, and he's also someone that's there to get hit. That was disappointing by Giyasov. He had opportunities to get Cano out of there, knocked him down.
He dropped him
early in that
dropped
fight,
him in that second round.
But just didn't do enough to follow up. When he gets a guy hurt, he has got to follow up.
Nice work here from Parra. Looked like a slick spot there as Giyasov points it out to the referee.
That's the second time Giyasov has actually lost his footing. And for a fighter that depends on his footwork, you know, that's going to be an issue if that continues to happen. Good body shots there by Giyasov.
Not really putting much behind those yet. And that'll do it for round 1.
Got a towel? Is there a towel right there? A towel?
Nice athletic uppercut here, and got out of the way. That's what I like to see from tough guys like Parra. You know, you land your punches and then get out of there, because you're going to be lacking the speed. You're going to be lacking the confidence if you're getting hit with a counter shot. So hit, move. Nice, good round there by Parra, but Giyasov had better moments.
You know, they're wiping the mat down there, but I don't think it's a condensation issue. That just may be a little bit of a slick mat to work off of.
What makes you so confident it's not a condensation issue?
Oh, because we're in Southern California. It hasn't rained in 6 weeks.
Yeah, we've got some humidity. We're right here on the ocean. Sergio, what do you think about the condensation in the ring right now?
I'm thinking of another word, not condensation.
Well, let's see if Giyasov becomes a little more aggressive here, lets his hands go. That's what everyone wants to see. He is rated first by the WBA.
Look, he needs to start jabbing. Giyasov needs to start jabbing. He can't go punch for punch yet with a strong fighter that's going to be in front of him. You got to slowly start picking him apart. You know, he's a little slightly taller, so start jabbing at the chest, start jabbing at the belly. Don't overload like that, because those aren't going to land right now.
A couple other Uzbek fighters here in attendance. MJ Akhmadaliev, Bektimir Melikuziev over there. Obviously, Israil Madrimov hanging around after the open workouts. Giyasov said they do spar pretty regularly. Not a bad sparring partner to have.
Now, all these guys have been working together, training together since the amateur days, and after years in the pro ranks, they're all kind of getting those big opportunities. You know, MJ Akhmadaliev is a former unified champion at 122. Bektimir Melikuziev really rallied since that loss to Gabe Rosado, and there you have Giyasov next in line for a world title shot at 147.
Well, Giyasov's engaged in 2 consecutive WBA world title eliminators in his last 2 bouts. He earned the #2 rating by outpointing Harold Calderon last year, and then kept that rating with an 11th round technical decision against Pablo Cesar Cano. That was in February.
Ate a big right hand just now.
Yeah, he did. That kind of shook Giyasov. Even though it didn't hurt him, that shook him. He stood quiet for a little while. And Parra, he actually noticed it late. There's a late reaction by Giyasov.
His corner trying to urge him on, Parra.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, 30 seconds into this fight, I just knew Parra was going to be a tough guy. One of these fighters that just wait for this moment. He's a big fighter. You can see that he's clearly bigger than Giyasov. Right shoulder, strong, and he's fighting the right fight. You know, he's not mixing it up with the faster hands of Giyasov. He's picking his moments, throwing jabs like that, but still stepping back, looking for a big counter.
He's not doing anything special out there. Just jab, right hand, and really being disciplined with that approach.
Yeah, you don't want to out-special a special fighter. you know what you are. Parra knows what he is, and he's staying within his limits.
This isn't the first time Giyasov's fought outside. Remember, we called his fight in Tulsa, Oklahoma, downtown. Nice left hook.
Low blow right there by Giyasov. And Parra, I don't like it when fighters complain to the referee with a low blow. Let the referee do his job. If he hits you low, you go back and get your own.
How about this for a scene, ladies and gentlemen? Standing room only on the Santa Monica Boardwalk. Huge event as Riyadh season hits Southern California this Saturday. The pound-for-pound king Crawford versus Madrimov at 154 pounds. Every fight on the bill. Electrifying.
You know, I don't think we've ever seen a fight week quite like this, where you have the grand arrivals here on the Santa Monica Pier, and now an event on Wednesday here on the Pier. Just a great atmosphere early in this fight week.
You gonna eat some fried Oreos, Sergio?
Say it again?
You gonna eat some fried Oreos on the way out?
Are you kidding me? No. But let's talk about this action right here. I mean, look, both of them had their moments. And this is what I like about Parra. Look, that's what I didn't like about Parra, complaining to the referee. That's when you can get hit with something dumb. Do not complain. Just go get it yourself. You got hit low, go get it back. Return the favor.
By the way, Shakhram Giyasov is a huge Sergio Mora fan. Remember his last fight, Sergio? He said he had a secret punch he was working on just for you.
The uppercut, that's right. Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of his as well. You know, but I understand that we got to be, we got to critique him. But I like what I see. He has the potential. He has way more. He's way more gifted than I ever was. But he needs to show out a little bit. He needs to show a little bit more oomph.
Don't sell yourself short. You're a former world champion. Giyasov hasn't won that yet.
I was in the silver medals.
How close did you come to making the Olympic Games?
I lost in the Olympic trial finals to the bronze medalist in Jermaine Taylor by 4 points, I think.
Really? We're in round 3, scheduled for 10 here. Giyasov, the wonder boy in the white trunks, the #1 rated WBA fighter in this division, taking on Miguel Parra, the Mexican, who's lost 3 of his last 5, but he's doing pretty good so far here.
A little bit too much headhunting early on from Giyasov. Parra's got that guard up real high, and if you watch, he leaves that midsection exposed. I'd like to see Giyasov go downstairs a little bit more.
Right hand from Parra around the temple.
It's actually Parra that's doing the things that Giyasov should be doing. You know, poking downstairs, bending his knees, foot feigning, you know, jabbing. Giyasov does that. He throws 2 punches, nothing lands really cleanly, and then he backs up. He's looking. They're both looking for counters pretty much. No one's really taking initiative. You can see how Parra throws that jab, not really to land hard. He jabs and pulls back, waiting for a counter. And then Giyasov misses 2 punches, and then he stops. You know, in a fight like this, you got to be satisfied hitting gloves. You know, you're not going to land clean shots, but you got to accumulate points and get confidence.
And that was my point, Sergio, when I was speaking to Joel Diaz.
Good right from Parra.
You know, Diaz has seen an aggressive version of Shakhram Giyasov. You know, when he was racking up all those knockouts, he was letting his hands go, throwing punches in combination. But the last couple of fights, took a footstep right there before the shot. The last couple of fights, we haven't seen that same guy. And they have been imploring him in the gym to get back to that style of fighting.
Well, he's starting to turn it up a little bit here. Nice left hook to the chin of Parra. Final 10 seconds in the 3rd round.
You know what? I would like to see Giyasov double up that left hook. You know, he's throwing that left hook really nicely. Parra's blocking it, but if you could double it up, maybe even triple it up, that's when you can start penetrating that guard, and then that's when the punches start coming together. Parra on the back foot, still jabbing though. You know, looking for a counter shot. Both of them not landing clean shots, and that's what I'm talking about. They're both throwing the shots they should be landing. No one doubling up on shots, so it's pretty much a give and take, but nothing landing. It's like a fencing match, but no one's really getting stabbed.
Round 4 scheduled for 10. Giyasov, a 3-0 record in the state of California, 2 knockouts. Trains out of Indio.
Nice shot there by Parra. Giyasov looking for a counter with Parra that landed the shoulder hook.
Oh, good right there from Giyasov. Kind of cut Parra off at the pass, so to speak.
Yeah, but he didn't punch through. If you notice, he punched and leaned back. He was already pulling back when he was landing the punch, so he had no impact. See, Giyasov's not punching through his opponent. He's punching, pulling back, and ready to pounce on his opponent again. That's the reason he's not getting the respect of Parra.
You know, one of the reasons people like Parra in this fight is that his level of competition is pretty good, especially compared to Shakhram Giyasov. A couple of his
nice double left hook.
And there you go. That's what we needed. That's what I was asking for, the double left hook. That's how you beat stiff fighters, guys that are upright like that.
Nice smile there from Parra. Says, okay, let's go. La Máquina wants to brawl.
Yeah, Parra's faced some good punchers. You know, faced Florian Marc, who actually dropped him in that fight, and Roy Monvilla, who is a very good puncher in that weight class.
You feel like maybe Giyasov slowly starting to break him down?
Well, when he landed that shot, yeah, but then he went back to loading up with the hook. and then he went back to what he was doing wrong. Don't load up on the first shot. Concentrate on speed. See, he's loading up on that, falling off bounce, and he has to restart. So work your way in with speed, then you can unleash the power. But you do it once you break through. Once you break through that front foot, that front guard, then you can let go of the combinations. But when you miss your first shot, there's no confidence.
Parra starting to talk a little bit. Giyasov speaks 6 different languages. I'm wondering if Spanish is one of them.
Well, right now he needs to start throwing 6 punches because 1 and 2s is not enough.
Yeah, he's trying to set up that left hook, but he's doing it in a bit of a predictable way. That right to the body, and then trying to throw the left up top, and Parra's kind of onto it.
Believe it or not, Giyasov has brilliant footwork. Well, at least he had brilliant footwork in past fights. But it's Parra that's doing the foot feints, and that's actually what's keeping Giyasov, in check a little bit from not attacking. Parra's a clever fighter. He's a clever veteran. See, nothing really landed right there by Giyasov.
Whoa. And Parra still talking trash as Giyasov gets the better of the exchanges.
Talking trash and gaining confidence is Miguel Parra.
The co-main event, Saturday night, Pitbull Cruz versus Valenzuela. Chris Mannix, what do you think of this matchup?
I think it's going to be a really physical fight. Isak Cruz, one of the best pressure fighters in boxing. Valenzuela moving up in weight for this fight, but he has been training at that Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, and one of his top sparring partners was Oscar Duarte. So if you're preparing for a pressure fighter, that's a pretty good sparring partner to have.
Very live dog is Valenzuela. Someone's getting knocked out. And there's that double left hook I've been asking for. Beautiful shot. There you go. That's what he needs to keep doing. That and the jabs. Jabbing down to the midsection. Keep it simple for Giyasov. Everything will open up in time. And he does have time in a 10-round fight.
Is this Peso Puma?
I have no clue. How do you know Peso Puma?
How do you not know Peso Pluma?
Because I'm in my 40s. I have no clue what he is.
I think I met him in Mexico when Canelo fought in Guadalajara. He was sitting ringside. I shook his hand. They were like, "That's Peso Pluma." I said, "Cool."
You know what Peso Pluma means?
No.
Featherweight.
Oh, really?
Big boxing fan.
So it looks like more of the same.
Yeah, more of the same. Both of them missing shots. It's just it's not a good style matchup that you wanted to show out for Giyasov, but that's been the case with him. They matched him up with experienced fighters, and that's the reason he hasn't really stepped up with the knockouts.
But isn't this the kind of style he would want? Someone that's going to stand right in front of him? He doesn't want to fight a guy who's running away, does he?
Well, he's standing right in front of him, but Parra is stepping back, so it's not like he's flat-footed right in front of him getting hit. Parra does step back. Parra has good timing. He has experience. Notice how, look, he's on his back foot. Anytime Giyasov comes in, he takes a slight step back and comes back with a punch. Baits him with those punches. See, those are respective punches, right? But he's still looking for something to come back. Parra, every time he punches, notice how he steps back.
I like that little jab to the midsection that Giyasov just threw there.
Oh, good right hand from Shakhram.
And it sets up shots like that. If you keep sticking that jab to the midsection, making Parra drop those hands, that's when you land those dangerous left hooks.
Not only that, but if you can jab your way in up top and throw that hard right hand to the body, that's also how you stop him in his tracks. The body's going to be the key, though. It's not going to be the headshots. Parra's not going to... One, he rolls with the shots. He turns with the punches. But two, he's pretty good with keeping his guard up. Body shots.
A couple times there, Parra's complained about those shots on the hip, but they look legal to me, right above the belt line, which is a legal punch.
And that's the reason the referee's staying out of this fight.
Well, you talk about the kind of opponents Giyasov has faced. He hasn't been babied. He's facing his 11th consecutive opponent and 13th foe in 15 fights with at least 20 wins.
And that's the thing about matchmaking. So in the long run, Giyasov's going to be just fine. But right now, the entertainment value and the knockouts and selling and marketing Giyasov is not there because they're matching him, a little bit too tough to really showcase what you could do.
I mean, sir, all due respect, Sergio, I don't know about that. Like, you get Pablo Cesar Cano in front of you. That's an opportunity to look really good.
He dropped Cano in the second round. Cano has heavy hands. Cano's been in there with champions.
Spit his mouthpiece out, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you can't knock out everyone, Chris. And Cano's not one of those guys that you just, take advantage of. The guy punches really hard.
More of Giyasov's punches are landing, including that one, but a nice receipt delivered from Parra.
Painful receipt. He took that punch right on the chin, came back, landed his own. There's that nice check left hook by Parra. It didn't really land hard, but it still clipped the chin. And right there, both guys better be careful. They exchange punches. Both of them barely missed. Good shots. And like I said earlier, guys, they're both throwing the same punches, but it's Parra with the confidence, with the swagger, with the body language, the look in his eye. And Giyasov is just a little bit one step behind. Not saying he's losing, just a one step behind and landing the big punches.
Well, we are in round 6 now. Sergio, have you given Parra a round yet? Or do you think Giyasov's won the first fight?
No, he's probably won at least one round, but we know that Giyasov is in control of this fight. Parra's not really, in his first half of the fight, he's not really looking to land rounds. He's looking to land the big punch. But by doing that, he fell behind on points.
It's hard to outbox someone with the amateur pedigree that Shakhram Giyasov has.
Yeah, and Parra knows that as a veteran, so he's not trying to outbox him. He's trying to land that one lightning in the bottle shot. I'll fight him, not outbox him.
Good body work there from Shakhram. Started downstairs, finished upstairs, as his punches are landing a little bit more regularly now. Swing and a miss, and that right hand connected. Might have been the best punch of the fight for Parra.
Man, I'm telling you, Giyasov better be careful.
Yeah.
These punches are barely missing his chin. And even when they are landing, they're not landing solid. Parra has the power to turn your lights off or hurt really badly. Giyasov is just standing there.
The crowd urging Parra on. This may be his moment. That right hand snapped the neck of Giyasov.
Snapped the neck, and it didn't land cleanly, Todd. If that punch would have been half an inch north, that would have been trouble for the Wonder Boy.
Well, we're starting to wonder about the boy here in round number 6 as Parra's having more success, but there Giyasov lands a good punch.
And it's Miguel shooting Parra right now inside that squared circle because he's doing great, man. You missed the shooting Parra. Golf.
Shooting Parra. That's good. This is a pretty entertaining round 6 here. Both men have landed some heavy hands. There's a right. Giyasov. Digging downstairs for that one. Parra's complaining. That seems like it's right on the belt line. The referee either needs to warn him or let it go. He's kind of in the middle here. Every time Parra complains about a low blow and puts his hands down, the referee kind of bails him out. Oh, big left! Massive left hand from Giyasov, and Parra ate it. He's covering up, though, trying to get out of this round. Both men with good moments here in the 6th. That was a fun round.
Yes, it was. I mean, it's been a pretty competitive fight. Parra's in this fight and giving issues to Shakhram Giyasov. Giyasov standing right in front of him. Nice shot right there by Miguel Parra, and you can see that it didn't land perfectly clean, but boom, shot right there. Half an inch more north, and that would have been trouble for the Wonder Boy. And I'm telling you right now, when they're exchanging punches like that, that could be dangerous for both fighters. Because Parra has the confidence right now, has the momentum, and shots like that's not a good look for Shakhram Giyasov right now, who's supposed to have a great show here tonight.
Great camera shot there by our DAZN crew. Gary, our producer in the truck, doing a bang-up job here as we're in round 7, scheduled for 10. Santa Monica Pier in Southern California. Chris Mannix with a report. What do you got?
I was in the corner, sorry, right there we go. I was in the corner with Joel Diaz, the trainer of Shakhram Giyasov, and he said he wants to see Giyasov go back downstairs a lot more. Said there's way too much headhunting going on by Giyasov. They believe that Parra is slowing down, but they want to see him go to the body a little bit more.
I feel like that's never not a good idea. Have you ever heard a trainer say, go to the body more, and you're like, no, don't go to the body more?
I've heard it, not often, but yeah.
Well, I think they see, Sergio, kind of what we're seeing, that the high guard of Parra.
Oh, that was a big body shot. And again, the referee bails him out.
No, that was a clean body shot.
What is he doing?
That was a clean body shot. The referee's getting way carried away here.
He's going to take a point for that.
That's nonsense.
That is a bad call by the referee. That was not even borderline. That was a clean shot. And you look at Parra right now, he looks like he's still struggling with that shot. I think he just robbed Shakhram Giyasov of a knockout.
Wow.
Come on. You okay?
And Parra doing the veteran thing.
Let's see if we have time for a quick replay here.
Letting the pain go away, because that was a clean body shot. I don't need to see this replay. That was a clean body shot.
Well, we're going to see it anyway, Sergio. Right. Oh,
Not even close.
6 inches away from the belt line.
Not even close to the belt line. That is a horrible call by the referee.
Terrible call.
But I was mentioning it earlier, it seems like all the shots haven't been low. And now you can see Parra, desperate times, trying to switch stances to protect the liver, because Giyasov now has a target to aim for.
This is the Giyasov that we've seen in the past. The guy that puts his punch together, upstairs, downstairs.
And because Giyasov is hurt to the body, the headshots are going to land a lot more cleanly by Giyasov now. So expect Giyasov to throw looping shots over the guard of Parra and be landing those haymakers.
You know, you wonder, Sergio, if the referee was influenced by all the complaining that Parra's done up until this point about some of these borderline shots.
Referees shouldn't be influenced. I mean, they got a job to do. They're professionals at this. But, yeah, that was just a bad call.
Parra trying to turn on the offense now. But Giyasov knows if he can just touch the liver, just with a grazing shot, Parra might go down. Sergio, how long does a liver shot linger throughout the fight?
Oh, it lingers. It definitely lingers. It can be easily 2 minutes or 2 rounds.
Those liver shots Sergio took in his day are still lingering.
Well,
they are.
And the alcohol consumption's not letting it
like I was going to say, what shots are you talking about?
Oh, big shot again from Giyasov, and Parra has nowhere to hide. 20 seconds left to survive.
La Máquina is getting broken down by the Wonder Boy.
You know, the referee has to ignore Parra in these situations. Every time he takes a body shot, he looks over at the referee for help. These are clean shots being landed by Giyasov.
And clean overhand shots like I'm talking about right there. Don't be surprised if Giyasov drops or hurts Parra with an overhand shot right now. Concentrating way too much on covering the ribs. The headshots are opening up.
Chris, I know we'll see the highlights here in a minute. You've been in this sport for a long time. That may be one of the worst low blow calls I can ever remember seeing.
Yeah, well above the midsection, right in the neighborhood of the rib cage. Picture perfect shot. That's exactly the kind of punch that you're looking for. We're going to see it right here. Set up really nicely by Giyasov. Upstairs, back downstairs, right in the lower mid. And look, Parra didn't even complain at first. He knew that was a clean shot right away. It's the referee that blew that call.
And it started with the double hook.
Oh.
Double hook which raised the guard of Parra to block those shots. And then the third one ended up being a shot downstairs to the liver. And right there, beautiful shot. That shot was low right there.
Now the referee's gunshot. He's letting everything go. He could hit him in the foot and he wouldn't say anything.
And then you see the reaction again with the body shot by Parra. He doesn't like those body shots. That's the thing about these tough Mexicans, man. They could take a big shot upstairs, but once you touch that liver, then they become human.
The liver doesn't discriminate. No one's liver is tougher than someone else's liver, unless you're Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones.
The liver doesn't quiver.
Let's see if Shakhram Giyasov can build off that momentum that he found in round 7. And Chris, your reporting was spot on. You said the corner thought Parra was beginning to slow down, and is he ever?
And you can see the confidence in Giyasov starting to grow, and those headshots are starting to get more. And there's a great shot downstairs because Parra clearly trying to defend that lower body because these body shots are just withering.
It's got to be tricky, Sergio, when you've got a lingering liver ache and you're still trying to throw punches but protect it at the same time, and you know your opponent's going for it.
It happens all the time, and every fighter's gone through that, whether in a real fight or in sparring, but you know how to react to it. You got to disguise the pain. It's very hard to do, but you got to have a poker face and disguise that pain when you're hurt to anywhere.
You got to be an actor.
You got to be an actor. You got to lie to your opponent.
Now Giyasov dropping the guard down, giving us a little Roy Jones action. Parra not throwing nearly enough punches anymore.
Nope, because if he opens up by throwing shots, he's going to be vulnerable. So right now, he just wants to, get that pain that's still lingering, like you said, Todd, and then get back to work, and maybe even just cross the finish line and have a moral victory.
If you're Miguel Parra. Sorry, Sergio. If you're Giyasov, just keep taking what Parra's going to give you. If he's going to give you that jab, just keep throwing it at him. Make him force those hands up.
Parra bleeding from the left liver, so he has a small cut.
Yeah, cut over his left eye.
Left eye, excuse me. Keep talking about the liver, now I'm talking about his eye.
Giyasov trying to find the combination to this safe.
And shifting stances a couple of times this round.
Yeah, he is fighting from that southpaw stance now.
Is that something you'd recommend for young boxers, Sergio? Would you recommend they practice different stances or try and master one stance first before moving on?
You got to master one before you start doing, trying to get cute. That's how you get yourself hurt and knocked out. Not everyone could do what a Bud Crawford does, or a Boots Ennis, or master switches like that.
Giyasov back to the traditional stance and lands a right hand. We'll have 2 rounds left here from Southern California. And a reminder of what we're all here for, this massive showdown Saturday night between Crawford and Madrimov. And Chris, the more people I talk to about this fight, the more people I find that kind of on the down low are saying, I think Madrimov's got a real shot to beat him.
Look, this is the weight class that Madrimov is most comfortable in. This is a position that he seems very comfortable in, this kind of spotlight. He has been waiting for this opportunity. And look, Terence Crawford's fought some very good opponents, but he's jumping up to junior middleweight to fight a guy that is arguably the top man there. So I think this is going to be a very tough fight.
Parra, still picking and poking, looking for a counter shot, but Giyasov has those legs moving, the confidence flowing. Much better round by Giyasov, controlling the action, controlling the tempo, and controlling the man in front of him.
All right, 2 rounds left. How aggressive would you be if you're Giyasov to get the knockout?
Not aggressive at all, man. I'm telling you.
You wouldn't be.
Nope. It's already in the 9th round. He doesn't have the one-punch power to hurt Parra now, unless it's to the body. If you're going to get aggressive, go downstairs, but don't go head hunting and set yourself up to get hit with something dumb.
I think you get very aggressive. I think you've got a wounded fighter in front of you. And look, not all wins are created equal. A knockout win for Shakhram Giyasov will do a lot more for him than another decision.
Boy, every time he touches the right side of Parra's body, there's a reaction. Just even that little touching jab got a wince on the face.
Good uppercut.
Yep. Oh, and then the right hand scores.
See, Chris, these are the things where, when you're a veteran, I already said earlier, you're not here to win rounds. You're here to land one clean shot. So if Giyasov goes, throws caution to win, gets over aggressive looking for the knockout, he's gonna get clipped with something by the veteran. You don't do that. You already tried that in the first half of the fight. Parra wasn't going anywhere. You almost knocked him out with a body shot. He didn't go anywhere. Now it's just time to control and just another decision win.
For those who watched a couple of weeks ago, H2O Silva was dominating every minute of the fight against Lucas Body out of Canada, and then one punch basically changed everything. We got a knockout of the year contender. So it can happen.
Perfect example. Thank you, Todd.
Chris, why are you rolling your eyes?
It's a totally different situation. Ashton Silva is a 20-year-old prospect. This is a former silver medalist who is the #1 contender for 2 titles. You want to send a message, you want to say to Brian Norman or to Amata Stanionis, I'm next, go get yourself a knockout.
Good right hand scored there for Giyasov. He is throwing the power punches, Sergio. It's not like he's coasting.
There's single power punches, That's safe. It's fine. When you're throwing single hard shots like that, you're not putting yourself in position to get hit with the counter shot. And you're the faster fighter with the faster hands and faster feet to throw one shot, step back. You're in control, and that's what I've been talking about with Giyasov. Parra's looking to punch in between the shots, so if Giyasov does open up with a 3-punch combination, you can bet that Parra's going to intercept with one of those shots in between.
Oh, nice. Parra let his guard down for a second, paid the price, and he's trying to get his shot in at the hell. And we'll have 3 minutes to go. I think it's going to be a pretty good 3 minutes, too. Parra doesn't seem like the type that's going to roll over. To go. Will Miguel Parra go for the gusto and try and land that one punch that could change his career? Here we go. Giyasov wants another knockout. Has 4 straight decision wins after 9 knockouts in his first 11. Oh, good right hand from Parra.
Well timed.
Yeah. Well, normally you might say, hey, Parra was a great opponent for Giyasov. He took him the distance, got the work in. But at this point, we want to see Giyasov be dominant and get finishes. He is the #1 contender after all.
I think with Giyasov, for me, it's more about missed opportunities. I thought there were some missed opportunities in that last fight against Pablo Cesar Cano. And as bad as Parra was hurt in that 7th round, I would have liked to have seen Giyasov over these last 3 be more aggressive in trying to land that fight-ending body shot. Just right there, lands good body shot. More of them as this fight closes out.
Doubling the body shots, too, just like he did upstairs.
Good right hand from Parra's coming to win this here in the final minutes.
He's landing some good right hands, straight right hands. No more jab. He just, lead right hands out.
Showing us that Mexican spirit. Parra has been stopped twice in his career. Can Giyasov make it 3 here with just over a minute to go? But it looks like Parra is the one going for the KO.
I know what you're saying, Sergio, about wanting to get the win. The win is what matters. But I remember as we look at some of the stablemates of Giyasov in the crowd, MJ Akhmadaliev going up against Ronnie Rios. Akhmadaliev was up big towards the end of that fight, but with one hand, he went out there and finished Ronnie Rios, and that was a defining win for Akhmadaliev. Those are the kind of wins I think Shakhram Giyasov needs at this stage of his career.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, let's talk about another stablemate in Melikuziev, getting knocked out by Rosado, and with one big punch, getting over aggressive. So there's a flip side of every coin, Chris Mannix.
It was very early in the fight, though.
He got knocked out. Knockout of the year, Todd.
Hey, you both make great points. But Parra, he's the one going for it. Giyasov's flexing and pounding his chest, but it's the Mexican who looks more likely to land something special here with 10 seconds left.
Absolutely, and this is what happens, man. This is why we're going to probably see Miguel Parra once again test one of these fighters on another show, because tough Mexican, tough opponent, and Giyasov with another decision victory.
Parra all smiles after going the distance with a #1 ranked fighter according to the WBA. Good on him. Giyasov, on the other hand, Sergio, what letter grade would you give him for tonight's performance?
C. Just a C. I don't know what else to say. I can't give him a D. I can't give him an F. I certainly can't give him an A or a B. Just a solid C. Solid.
Just like your report cards, huh? From C to shining C.
I wish.
How about this fight? You talk about some fights that are just kind of getting lost in the shuffle. Big Baby Miller versus the returning former world heavyweight champion Andy Ruiz. Hey, Big Baby Miller's lost about 40 pounds since we last saw him.
That's what I noticed. Both these fighters are in great shape, but I get ridiculed when I say great shape because they're still 300 plus, but they are in tremendous shape. They're both motivated. That fight is not going the distance.
So Shakhram Giyasov, the Uzbekistan native, Olympic silver medalist, one of the most successful amateur fighters in that country's history, appears to have done more than enough to get the win here tonight, but didn't exactly turn heads with that performance. But hey, Uzbekistan 1-0 this fight week. They'd love to make it 2-0 if Israil Madrimov can beat Terence Crawford on Saturday night.
1-0, and now he's extended his record to 16-0, and still unblemished. He's still an unmarked, undefeated fighter, and carries that confidence. And look, he was in there with a tough Mexican. We're accustomed to saying that, tough Mexican that could take a big shot, but he did have it opportunities downstairs. Hurt Miguel Parra to the body with that liver shot, just didn't capitalize.
And if you just joined us, a brilliant body shot to the liver from Giyasov landed on the money. Parra was about to take a knee, and the referee not only called it a low blow, but deducted a point from Giyasov, and it wasn't even close to the waistband. That could have changed everything, but that's boxing. Sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way, and it certainly didn't in that scenario for Giyasov, as we're about to get the official decision from Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Eddie Hernandez Sr. scores it 95-94 in favor of Miguel Parra. Judge Ivan Guillermo scores it 95-94 in favor of Shakhram Giyasov. And Judge Pam Hayashida scores it 96-93 for your winner, Shakhram Wonderboy Giyasov.
Sergio, I didn't even think in a million years that Parra would have come close to winning that fight, but boy, did he ever, a split decision.
The judges like his aggression, the fact that he was coming forward. He was landing good shots, but I agree with you. Giyasov maybe didn't have the performance we all wanted or expected, but it was I thought it was a clean victory on Giyasov's part.
Well, don't forget that the point deduction from Giyasov would have changed things a little bit, but boy, by the hair of his chinny chin, Shakhram Giyasov remains undefeated. Maybe we got lost in the shuffle here, but did we give Parra enough credit?
I did. From the beginning, I was telling you it's going to be a hard time. He was landing some good shots, but was he doing enough to win rounds, especially win 6 rounds out of 10? I don't know. I don't think he did that, but definitely won some rounds.
Well, Chris Mannix is in the ring. Let's hear what Shakhram Giyasov has to say.
Shakhram, congratulations. You keep that perfect record very close on the scorecards. Did you think this was a close fight?
I think this knockout fight, after this last knockdown, it's no blow, you know? No, it wasn't a blow. It's a clean knockout. I don't know. Okay,
if the
no
ref
problem.
can't see it inside the ring, how do people outside the ring see that it's a clean judge?
Well, you're talking about the 7th round.
You can see repeat, you know? It's clean punch.
So you're talking about the 7th round. 7th round of this fight, you land what looked like a completely clean body shot. How shocked were you that the referee called it a low blow?
Если честно, я был шокирован. For me, this is shock. You know, I think I win 8 rounds. I win minimum 8 rounds.
You know, your trainers, Joel Diaz, wanted you to be aggressive in this fight. Do you think you were as aggressive as you needed to be?
Я помучился двигаться. Мой стиль же, my style is clean style, bevel style, you know. But the ring a little bit and slippery for me a little bit. For me it's different, but difficult this fight. But next fight I'm ready for belt fight, you know, for title fight.
So you do get the win and you do move on. You are number 1 for 2 of the titles at 147. Do you believe that your next fight should be for one of those belts?
Следующий бой на title. I hope, I want, I hope I'm ready all my career, you know. I'm born with, for fight, for title fight. I want undisputed champion, you know.
He did everything so far, and today the judges could have stolen that opportunity from him because they just said that this is almost a draw. Does anybody else think here this is a draw?
It's my dream, you know. A little bit is my dream he's giving. For me, this...
People should be held accountable.
Well, you get the win, and now hopefully you get that world title fight next. Congratulations, Shakhram.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Does not take you much room. Thank you for my manager, Eddie. Thank you. Respect my for my opponent. He giving me good fight. For my next fight is good experience for me.
All right, we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much.
Guys?
Well, hey, I don't know if Marc Castro is watching this fight, but someone should tell him that, hey, you might want to finish this guy because these judges tonight are a little iffy.
Definitely iffy, and that I don't want to see that referee in that main event either because, I understand the total frustration from Team Giyasov. That shouldn't have been that close of a fight, and that knockout, that knockout that should have been, it's just embarrassing.
So we look at the handiwork here from Shakhram Giyasov. Don't get me wrong, Parra made it competitive, and you said that earlier, Sergio. You're like, every round's competitive, but he's just not winning the rounds. But some judges disagree.
Well, look, to give the judges a little bit of credit, they weren't landing clean shots. Like I said earlier, they were fencing. They were both throwing shots. They were both missing, but it was Parra coming forward. In those rounds, I could see how the referee, the judges could have given them those rounds because Parra's coming forward trying to make the fight. But the clean shots, the shots that actually matter, were landing on Giyasov. Especially in the second half of the fight where he took control, but that's boxing for you.
As Chris Mannix joins us back here ringside, you heard Giyasov saying this is my dream and that the judges almost took his dream away. He's right.
Well, look, we have seen some really tough scorecards on some recent big shows. I thought the 96-93 scorecard was the right one in favor of Shakhram Giyasov. I don't know how you get to 95-94 in favor of Parra. And Sergio, I heard you talking about Marc Castro. You're right. Like, if you're a fighter nowadays in boxing where judging is just plain bad, you have got to go out into these fights thinking, I better get a knockout because anything can happen.
Well, we do have one more to go, but first things first, let's send it back upstairs. Ade Oladipo and Sean Porter.
We have to agree with you guys. When we heard split decision, we're like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah.
This is a bit crazy. Let's bear in mind, Shakhram was deducted a point for what wasn't a low blow, but a low blow. But regardless, Shakhram Giyasov won that fight comfortably. What's going on, Sean?
I thought he won it comfortably. He was aggressive. I felt like he landed the cleaner shots, had control of the whole fight. You know, I don't know, maybe we blame the weather?
Yeah, maybe. It's cold. It's getting a bit chilly here. But one thing I will say about Shakhram Giyasov is, like, we're waiting for him to go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Shakhram for a few years now. And I'm like, okay, when are we going to see a really good, clean Shakhram Giyasov performance? Because the welterweight division, minus boot tennis, is open for action. It's open.
He's got a great corner. The corner's telling him to go. The corner's telling him to be aggressive. As a fighter, if you can't make that kind of adjustment against a fighter like this who's on the back foot the entire fight, got to figure it out. You know,
yeah, I mean, look, there it is. I mean, you can remove Terence Crawford from that list. You can remove Errol Spence. Jaron Ennis is a step too far right now. But the others, Stanionis, Barrios, Avanesian, Norman's a good fighter coming through, Giovanni, Santolin. These are fights where Shakhram should be in right now.
I'm looking at all those names, and he should be above all those names. However, the way I know him to fight, those are close, and all of those fights are close fights because, I'm sorry, but he underperforms. Yeah. He sets himself up for success, and then he doesn't take that. And I think that's why this fight, even though we thought and knew that this fight wasn't close, he leaves it too close because he's not decisive enough with his approach after setting everything up.
There was a good point in that fight. I think Todd Grisham asked Chris Mannix and Sergio, I think it might have been round 7, does Shakhram now go? He hurt his opponent to the body, and he just didn't go.
Yeah.
It was almost like, okay, I'm going to ease this one out and go through the routine again. We need to see him go.
And again, he's got a great corner with the Diaz family. He's got a great corner. And so I find it hard to believe that they don't put him in positions to make those sorts of things happen. But it seems to me like he finds that moment and then he allows the moment to get away from him. Sometimes that's just your instinct. You don't have enough, like, excuse the phrase, but killer instinct. Yeah. You don't have enough dog. Go get it. You know, and he's got to have more of that moving forward.
Yeah, can we put Sean Porter in the camp, please? Just to kind of give him a little dog. All right, 2 down, 1 to go. Let's throw it back down to our commentary team. Marc Castro about to get into the ring.
They were as shocked as we were that Wonder Boy, Shakhram, barely got the decision win. So what happens next in our main event? For Marc Castro, it should be all systems go right after his opponent tonight, LUU. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sergio, but that loosely translates to yippee or yoo-hoo. That's who he's fighting tonight, am I right?
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, he's on the right, LUU. George Acosta, 27 years old, 5 foot 8 inches tall, weighing in at 129 pounds. Marc Castro, a lot of buzz around this youngster who fights out of Fresno, California. Let's see what he's got in store for us. He's in our main event, and it starts now. Here's Thomas Triver.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the final bout of the evening. Let's welcome the participants. First, the challenger, George LUU Acosta.
LUU George Acosta. Not much power behind those punches. 3 knockouts and 17 wins, but he does have a chin. Does take a big punch. 2 losses, never stopped. But those are in 6 and 8 rounders. He's going to have a little bit more time here against Castro, who's there for... Castro has been hit. He is susceptible. So if Acosta can land some clean shots, he can make a good showing of himself.
Yeah, Acosta, a familiar face on this California boxing circuit, was a member of the Thompson boxing stable. Matched pretty tough on that club circuit, so he's got some good competition on that resume. It was also a sparring partner for Joe Cordina earlier this year, so good test for young Marc Castro tonight.
Well, he had a 10-fight winning streak snapped in his most recent bout against Rene Tellez. That was back in February, and he's never been stopped, as Sergio mentioned, so it's going to be a tough out for Marc Castro, but this is the kind of opponent that he needs to shine against if he is indeed going to be a title contender.
And this is another one that I'm going to probably go on a limb here and say that it's going to be hard to shine against a fighter like Acosta. Acosta has good fundamentals. He does nothing great, but he does a lot of things good. Very good jab. He has good technique. Doesn't have the power, but he has everything else. So if Acosta can stop this man, that's going to be a really good look and turn heads.
And now let's welcome to the ring, the undefeated defending champion, Marc Castro.
Marc Castro, a great fighter, and was a great student in school, Sergio. I just learned today he was the valedictorian of his high school. But instead of books, he picked up the boxing gloves, and he's off to a 12-0 start to his career. Chris, how would you rate his progression so far?
I think it's a very strong start to his career. Marc Castro was a decorated amateur, has a handful of wins over Keyshawn Davis in the amateur ranks, so he has got the amateur pedigree, the national championships on his resume, and as a pro, I've seen some pretty good progression from him. He's got some great exposure early in his career. Made his pro debut on the Canelo Alvarez, on a Canelo Alvarez undercard, and really has grown from there. So a very good prospect in this Matchroom stable. I think is going to get a very good test tonight.
Yeah, and he's had some learning experiences. He overcame a second-round knockdown to win a 6-round unanimous decision over Julio Madera. That was his first fight to complete the scheduled distance. In his last fight, he went 10 rounds for the first time. So he's kind of checking off those little boxes that you need as you progress through your career. But what box does he need to check off tonight in your mind?
More body shots. I mean, once he starts going to the body, that's when he starts breaking down opponents. Castro's he's a really good puncher upstairs and downstairs. He puts the combinations nicely. Once he gets flowing and confidence going forward, then he's hard to stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds, and it will be for the WBC Continental Americas Super Featherweight Championship. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Sella, Gold Star Promotions, and Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions in association with Campo Novo Sports. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Commissioner Peter Villegas, Chairman, Executive Officer Andy Foster, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Nancy Rodriguez. Our 3 judges assigned will be Ivan Guillermo, Pam Hayashida, and Eddie Hernandez Sr. Our referee in charge will be Rudy Barragan. Introducing to you first, the challenger fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white, green, and red, and weighed in officially at 129 pounds. Hailing from South Whittier, California, he has a professional record of 17 wins, 2 defeats, with 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is George L.U.U. Acosta. And his opponent across the ring in his championship contest, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing red and blue and weighed in officially at an even 130 pounds. Hailing from Fresno, California, he is undefeated with 12 wins, 8 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout tonight. In his first title defense, here is the reigning and defending WBC Continental Americas Super Featherweight Champion, Marc Castro.
Center ring, guys. Congratulations on your championship fight, guys, okay? Do me a favor, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. 10 rounds, fellas. Good luck.
So Marc Castro, 12-0, 8 knockouts, 24 years old, had 184 amateur bouts, won 177 of them. In fact, says he hasn't lost a fight in the United States, pro or amateur, since 2012, Sergio. 12 years unbeaten.
No, I mean, they're grooming. Matchroom Promotions and Eddie Hearn, they're grooming Marc Castro for something special, putting him on undercards with great fighters like Chocolatito and Canelo, and now, you know, this Saturday with Bud Crawford. But he needs to show out a little bit more. Just like we were talking about with Giyasov. You know, you have all the talent. You know, go looking for a little bit more if you're Castro on this big stage.
Yeah, and second consecutive 10-round fight for Marc Castro. Went the 10-round distance with Abraham Montoya in his last fight. And that's a feather in his cap. Montoya has a win over Luis Lopez, who is a world champion at 126. So that's a solid win for Marc Castro. One of the questions I have about him, though, is this 130-pound weight. It takes a lot for him to get down to 130 pounds. So much so, they're members of his team that believe this might be his last fight at 130 pounds. So is that weight cut going to make a difference in a fight like this?
Beginning of tonight, Nathan Lugo wore the Deadpool trunks. Now we've got Marc Castro in the Spider-Man.
You noticed that, yeah.
Good body work there from Castro with the left hand, who's currently rated 33rd by the WBC, unranked by the other boxing organizations, but it's a start. His second fight now in 116 days after beating Abraham Montoya over 10 rounds.
It's Castro on his back foot. Normally we see him, and we're accustomed Castro coming forward on the front foot, but you know, he wants to show that he can box as well, you know, use the ring, try to set up Acosta with a big shot coming forward, getting over aggressive.
And he's the smaller man in this fight. Acosta's the fighter that has flirted with going up in weight over the last few years. You can see he is the naturally bigger guy in the ring.
That's what I was thinking when you were saying it's tough for Castro to cut down. I'm like, well, what about LUU?
You know, he has a body frame to go up in weight a little bit more comfortably than Marc Castro. Is a little shorter. He doesn't have the wide shoulders. You know, his legs are a little bit thicker. But I like the body language of Acosta right now. He's coming forward. There's a good, you know, confident look in his eye, and I like the body language. I like the way he's coming forward, looking to open up Castro and take the fight to him.
Acosta has that type of hairstyle, that puffy do, where every time he gets touched, his hair just kind of rattles.
Yeah, that's the reason, you know, fighters like to keep their hair short, especially once you start sweating and, you know, the hair gets wet. Any punch is just, you know, sweat's going to be flying, whether it's a hard shot that landed or not.
Yeah, could affect the judge. A shot that maybe doesn't land that well. Looks like it does because of the hair. There's a right hand from Castro as LUU waves him in. Maybe shouldn't have done that. Got caught again.
Acosta with a nice jab, and that's what I said. You know, probably his best punch is that jab. It's nice, long, and straight. You know, he kept Castro on the back foot. You know, both of them trying to break that range, trying to find their rhythm, but they haven't really found it yet. You know, it was a good opening round for both fighters who actually try to get that jab going. We'll see how the second round plays out.
So Marc Castro, who was the #1 rated amateur featherweight in the U.S. before turning pro, off to a pretty decent start here after that first round. But if you saw the judging in our last fight, you never know.
I think they both had decent first rounds. You know, Acosta coming forward, he has his hands up, looking to create some openings with that jab. And Castro doing good with the counter shots right now at the back foot.
Yeah, but we saw in that last fight, the judges seem to like the aggressive fighter, the fighter moving forward, and that is not Castro.
That was just what I was going to say. And when it comes to fighters that aren't going to be throwing a lot of shots, sometimes just the guy going forward trying to push the fight is going to sway the judges to give him the 10-9 rounds.
Nice body shot there from Castro.
Yeah, really like the body work from Marc Castro.
You think Castro has what it takes, Chris, to challenge for a world title?
I think there's obviously skills there. I just think there's a very long way to go. He's got good length. He's shown some decent power, especially at 130. Gets a little bit sloppy in there, Sergio, where he kind of reaches and throws kind of wild punches. You can get away with that on this level, but when you go up against better fighters, those kind of exchanges are going to get you into some trouble.
Now, it's the lack of the flawed technique of his. If you notice how he opens up his elbows, he kind of both elbows when he throws the shots. There's always an opening for body shots. When I study Marc Castro, that's the first thing I will go for. Punch in between his shots, because notice how his guard is up and he exposes the ribs.
A nice cool breeze coming here in Santa Monica, right on the Pacific Ocean. Earlier today it was in the upper 80s. Now it feels like it's in the low 60s. Have you fought outside before, Sergio, as a pro?
I have, and I hated it. Several times, actually. Because in the cold in Arizona at night was freezing. 40 degrees, I believe it was.
Really?
Yeah, on the undercard of Fernando Vargas. And then out at the Home Depot Center in Carson, the fairgrounds, in the daytime. I hated both.
Good spell here for Acosta. And he can reach those long arms out. Good right hand from Castro as the final seconds of round 2 tick down. Well, Saturday night we've got a 6-fight main card, and I'm going to tell you right now, the one that I'm most looking forward to is this one. Is Jared Anderson the next great U.S. heavyweight, or is Bakole, the wrecking ball, going to freeze him in his tracks? I don't know which way this one's going to go.
Look, these guys have been clamoring for this opportunity for a long time. I think Jared Anderson is the more naturally talented fighter, but Martin Bakole is going to make him dig deep in this fight. We're going to find out exactly what Jared Anderson is made of.
I agree. Bakole's just mean. He's one of those mean guys that wants to push the fight. Anderson's more gifted and athletic. Talking about pushing the fight right here. Both fighters here had their moments. Acosta coming forward, Castro boxing good on the back foot. But I like the cleaner shots and the accuracy of Marc Castro in that last round. Even the last round before, it was a quiet round, but Acosta's in this fight.
Round 3 scheduled for 10. Marc Castro in the red trunks, black gloves. George El Yuyu Acosta in the white.
And I was talking about the weight cut at the top of the show, the difficulties Marc Castro has making 130. Watching him between rounds just moments ago, legs were out, breathing pretty heavy. Already looks a little bit tired.
Men start out round 3 much more active than the previous 2 rounds. This crowd would like to see some excitement, a little back and forth. Marc Castro very proud of his El Salvador roots. You can see he's got an El Salvadorian flag on one half of his trunks, Mexican flag on the other side. He considered fighting in the Olympics for El Salvador, which is his father's native country, but reconsidered after Matchroom offered an attractive deal. Decided to turn pro. The Olympics just doesn't have the same cachet as it did back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
It does not.
I think part of that, though, not to make this an Olympic discussion, is that there are other pathways for fighters to become successful in the pros. You see fighters like Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, going down to Mexico, racking up some early wins. That's become a more lucrative pathway than just going the Olympic route.
Not only that, but the Olympics, they're pushing boxing lower and lower in television. They're not getting the eyeballs that Olympics used to get.
Right now, boxing is not on the schedule for the 2028 Olympics.
It's a shame.
That's here in Los Angeles, isn't it?
Some of the greatest fighters of all time that are memorable. George Foreman, Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali. These are all gold medalists, and they came out from the Olympics to do great things in the professionals. Oscar De La Hoya,
Sugar Ray Leonard.
So many.
Katie Taylor,
Andre Ward. I mean, that's what sets you up for greatness. And the Olympic Committee not being a part of it in boxing, it's just a shame.
Well, boxing's just had it. Chris can elaborate on this. Boxing's just has had trouble getting out of its own way at some points, just staying organized.
Well, the great Larry Merchant, who's been around Santa Monica all week long, once said, "You can't save boxing, and you can't kill boxing."
It's Acosta still applying the pressure, but Castro's scoring more of the clean shots. But a little chaotic here at the end of round 3. Both men trying to find their punches, and Castro found his. Got him again.
This fight's starting to get a little bit rough, a little bit sloppy. Both of them not landing clean shots. There you go, with the rabbit punching, trying to punch you behind the head, just trying to land something. There's a nice clean shot there by Castro, but as soon as he landed, he stepped back and didn't really look for a combination. Because Acosta is one of those fighters that's always going to be looking for a punch in between, and it's hard to get combinations flowing whenever you're dealing with a veteran that's punching in between the shots like that.
Round 4 here from Santa Monica, California. Castro, who began boxing at age 4, said he always knew what he wanted to do. And here he is at the age of 24, 20 years later, an undefeated young prospect working his way up the rankings. Is this the type of fight you thought we would see?
No, I expected a little bit more from Marc Castro. I mean, it's still early. It's a fourth round. He's in there with a fighter that's been around the block. Acosta. He's one of these cagey fighters. That's what I like to call them. They're good enough to compete with fighters like Castro, but they're not good enough to win when they step up.
He's certainly making it competitive so far.
Yeah, and that speaks more on Castro not doing enough, and instead of Acosta doing something that's impressive. Acosta's not doing nothing great. He's just coming forward looking for the jab.
Yeah, and I was talking to Manny Robles, the trainer for Acosta. He said he needs him to go to the body more, a familiar refrain we've heard for much of this card. Thinks he's getting in the positions he needs to be in, but when he gets there, he's got to let his hands go, specifically downstairs.
I think that's a perfect example we just saw.
Yeah. Acosta is actually breaking through the guard of Castro with the jab, and then once he does get on the inside and break that distance, it's Castro landing body shots.
There's a body shot. Good one from Castro and another one.
That's the way this round, the last round has been, but Castro is getting hit on the way in, but he's making the better investment downstairs. And what I would do with someone like that is catch and counter. If I was Castro, I would catch and counter Acosta. So you actually want to absorb the shot, roll with it a little bit, take the power off it, and come with your power counter shot.
to the catch and shoot.
There you go, because if you're just trying to avoid it or step back, you're not going to get points, and it's going to be a back and forth of not landing.
And again, not to harp on it, but in the very last fight, Miguel, Parra, and Shakhram, Giyasov, it looked like Giyasov won almost every round, but it was a split decision because the judges put a premium on the aggression.
No, not only the aggression, but some punches landed, just like Acosta landed a glancing right hand right there. It's not harping on it. It's odd because that's what the judges are seeing, and that's what they're swaying towards. They're just the guy that's trying to push the fight.
Another fantastic heavyweight matchup. The returning Andy Ruiz, former heavyweight champion of the world, taking on Big Baby Miller. And of course, Chris, we all remember the reason Ruiz had that chance to win the world title is because Miller couldn't fight after failing a drug test.
Yeah, Andy Ruiz took advantage of his opportunity back in 2019, became the unified heavyweight champion. And Israil Miller has admitted he's motivated by that experience. Andy Ruiz got something that Israil Miller badly wanted. He wants to start to get back some of what he lost against Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, that was a big opportunity and a big payday missed by Miller. But here you go. It all comes around. The guy that took your payday in Andy Ruiz, now you can make him pay.
There you go. So is Marc Castro going to end up going the full 10 rounds in back-to-back fights?
Well, I predicted the last one that was going to go 10. I can tell you this one will probably go 10 too. Castro doesn't have that one-punch power, and Acosta is throwing the right shots to not let Castro get flowing.
Yeah. El Yuyu just 3 knockouts in his 17 wins, so odds are he's not going to be able to put Castro down. Did you change your strategy in fights, Sergio, when either A, your fighter just didn't have any knockouts, or B, you get in there and you felt that he didn't have much power when he hit you?
Absolutely. When you don't respect your opponent's power, then you got to go for it. I wasn't a power puncher, Todd, but I would go for knockouts at least. I would go. Castro does have knockout power. He does have strength. So you need to start going for it if you want to actually do something.
And you see moments ago that center ring apron is continuing to be a problem for the fighters in the ring. And Acosta slipped. He was trying to plant that back foot. We saw Giyasov have problems with it during his fight. So it's certainly perilous territory there in the middle of the ring.
Perilous.
Looked like a low blow there from Castro. The referee doesn't say anything about it. Halfway through round number 5.
White body shots there by Castro, and that's, again, I go back to him opening up his elbows. It's kind of a weird technique that he has. It's kind of a slapping shots when he goes back to the body because he opens up his elbows, and the technique's wrong for power.
Marc Castro managed by Keith Connolly. He's having a pretty good week, huh, Chris? Just a few days ago, Edgar Berlanga, one of his fighters, got the cash cow that is Canelo.
Absolutely. Why don't we touch on that, Chris Maddox? Because we're having lunch with Keith Connolly, and I was telling him what a wonderful job he's been doing, getting the big paydays for his opponents, and of course Chris Maddox.
Chris Castro opening up and landing some power punches, and this is what we wanted to see. As El Yuyu's willing to sit there and take it.
Good exchange there by Castro. Wish he'd kept him in the corner there a little bit more.
The uppercut's open now for Castro. Acosta's formation, his technique is going out the window now. See, there's a big opening down the middle. If Castro could just muster up to just throw one big shot down the middle, it's an uppercut. It'll be a tricky punch to throw, but it's wide open for Marc Castro.
Castro landing more power punches in this round.
I'd love to see if they tell him in his corner to start throwing uppercuts. There's the action right there, the good back and forth. But it's Castro fighting off Acosta, and then sneaky body shots like that Castro lands, but it just seems to infuriate and upset George Acosta, and he comes back. Good overhand right there landed. And that rocked Acosta, but Acosta takes a good punch. Like we said, he's never been knocked out. He takes a good punch and he keeps coming forward, and Castro's having a hard time and his hands full in this fight.
Yeah, best exchange of the night for Marc Castro. And I think we're going to address the issue with the center of the ring right now. In between rounds there, we saw officials getting in the ring to wipe down the mat, which has been a problem, as we talked about most of this night. But I did love that exchange from Castro. You know, him letting his hands go like that, that's his style right now. Throwing punches in bunches, upstairs, downstairs, good diversity. That's how he wins.
And he's responsible with it. He's always keeping his chin down. You know, that's what he does do really well. He was always keeping his chin down when he's throwing punches in bunches like that.
George Acosta has never been stopped. Castro, of course, hasn't either, although he has been dropped.
He responded well. That was a big shot, big left hook that he took. And he responded well, got up and got...
That was outside in Fresno, was it not?
Was it? I believe it was in Fresno,
baseball
the stadium.
Field. Yep, I remember that.
Chukanzi Park, that's right.
You see, Acosta just slipped once again on that ring apron. It's always the same spot. Like they're wiping down the entire center of the ring, but it's right in that white spot of the emblem in the middle.
There is a lot of logos on the canvas. I mean, I understand one or two sponsors, but there's...
How many
hey, I can count 15, I think.
Don't ever disparage the sponsors. You out of your mind? They're paying our bills. As Castro again starts to unload, and Acosta does not need to be up against the ropes, despite the slickness in the middle. He's probably better off slipping in the middle than standing still against the ropes. Oh, good combination there from Castro, who's really starting to let his hands go more.
Yeah, he is. He's taking more chances. He actually turned southpaw there and landed a nice straight left hand. He's trying. Marc Castro's trying to find an opening, but, you know, El Yuyu, he's a tricky veteran. And there's another slip.
Under a minute to go here in round 6. Each round seems to have a little bit more action than the one before.
Well, for Marc Castro, with the trunks of Spider-Man, if he wants to dress like an action hero, he better pick up the action himself.
I think from Castro, I'd like to see a little bit more of a disciplined approach. Like he's a rugged fighter, likes to come in, throw a lot of punches, but while he will throw the jab, it's not really a disciplined jab. He's not throwing it to set up anything else. He's just throwing it out there and then following it up with a 6-7 punch combination.
Good uppercut. See, that's a punch I see opening for Marc Castro. Every time he throws it, he lands cleanly.
Coming up Saturday night, Mexico versus Mexico. Pitbull Cruz versus Valenzuela. That's the co-main event of the evening. I wonder how much support Valenzuela is going to get from the Mexican fans, Sergio. Will they split it 50-50 down the middle? No way?
Pitbull Cruz became a big attraction with the Mexican fans after that Tank fight. I mean, Tank was knocking out everyone. He still is. And Pitbull Cruz took it to Tank Davis in that fight. Mexicans respect a fighter like Pitbull.
What a setting, what a scene here tonight, live from the Santa Monica Pier, the world-famous Santa Monica Pier. Do you have any memories growing up in this area of the Santa Monica Pier, Sergio?
No way.
Did you get caught shoplifting down here or anything?
No, because it's Santa Monica. I lived in East LA, so no, I wasn't in this neck of the woods.
All right, we're in round 7, scheduled for 10. I do like the activity of Castro as he lands another right hand there. He's really picked it up and been busier. That's all you can ask for.
And that's what makes him, you know, the special fighter that Matchroom sees. When he starts throwing those combinations, he's not a good accurate puncher. He doesn't have one punch knockout power. So he needs to put those combinations flowing, and they have to keep flowing. That's the only way he's going to be successful and get to the championship level. He's one of these old school, you know, like the old school Mexican fighters or a lot of fighters that have to throw combinations, break down opponents, take their will. That's the type of fighter Castro has to develop and evolve into.
More body work from Castro, and it looked like Acosta was really clutching those elbows down tight to his body.
And the headbutts are getting to Castro. Excuse me, to Acosta. Those are all headbutts.
Yeah, Acosta's complained a couple of times about Castro coming in a little bit recklessly, so he's taken a few headbutts, and now looks like it's starting to cause some damage around that left or right eye.
And I was talking about earlier, Marc Castro he does a great job keeping his chin down, so he gets away with those headbutts. They're not on purpose, by the way. Those are totally accidental. He's pushing the action, going forward.
They're going to stop it? That's it?
You know, the doctor got up on the ring apron, had a short conversation with Acosta, and yes, they're going to wave this fight off. It will go to the scorecards.
I've seen much worse in regards to eye injuries, and they allow the fighter to continue.
We'll have to hear what the conversation was like with Acosta. If the doctor says to him, "Can you see?" and he responds negatively, perhaps there's not much you can do in that situation. But you're right, Todd. As far as eye injuries go, we've seen a lot worse be allowed to continue.
Well, there wasn't a lot of hesitation yet. If the doctor says, "Can you see?" and he says no, you got to stop it. But I didn't really see El Yuyu pleading his case.
Well, you didn't see, and he can't see right now either from that right eye, and it was only going to get worse for him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the coup de grace Saturday night. Terence Bud Crawford, Israil Madrimov from Uzbekistan. As Madrimov defends his WBA title, Crawford looking to move up to win yet another title in another weight class. Sergio, do you think that fight goes the distance?
Yes, I think it does, because whenever you're dealing with a fighter that's moving up in weight from lightweight, you know, fighting a strong, natural junior middleweight, I see it going to the distance.
So the referee talking to Thomas Triber. And if the injury was not caused by a punch, they will go to the scorecards. If it was caused by an accident, if it was caused by a punch, they would stop the fight and it would be a TKO win for Castro. You don't expect any drama on the scorecards here, do you?
Well, we didn't expect drama with Miguel Parra in the last fight, and we got it. So I don't know what to expect. I think Castro was in control. He wanted more rounds, but it was Acosta, you know, pushing the fight the majority of those rounds.
Let's look at that headbutt again. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, no one's to blame right there. Both of them actually collided. And it's because of Marc Castro's, you know, the fact that he's more adept at keeping the chin down, tucked away, that his head's going to be doing more damage than Acosta, who keeps his chin higher.
Well, Thomas Triber has been given the scores. I can see his brain doing the calculations right now. The hamster's in the wheel. Triber has a smile on his face. I think he's done the math as Castro's looking over your shoulder. Don't let him see, Thomas. Don't let him see. There you go. I hate that when everyone tries to see the scores before he announces them. Whatever happened is drama and surprises. All right, Thomas Triber giving us the scores. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end at 1 minute 10 seconds of round number 7 due to an eye injury sustained by the red corner from an accidental headbutt. Therefore, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all three judges are in agreement, scoring at the same 70-63, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Marc Castro.
As expected, Castro was in control. I mean, I did expect at least one or two rounds going to George Acosta, but yeah, one-sided, unanimous decision. Marc Castro with another win, another notch on his belt, 13-0 now. He's going in the right direction. Not turning heads like everyone wants him to, but progression, moving forward onto the next one.
Win and advance. And that's what Marc Castro did. It's not going to make big headlines anywhere, but he was the headliner tonight, and he got the win. And you always feel good about that as Castro improves to 13-0 here in Santa Monica, California. Chris Mannix is in the ring with the winner.
Marc, congratulations. Keep your perfect record. Probably not the finish that maybe you were hoping for with that accidental headbutt causing it to go to the scorecards, but how did you feel about that performance?
I feel great. I feel that I pulled it off, of course. We don't want this to happen to me or to the opponent, to the fight fans, and it is what it is. It's part of the sport. Thank God we took home the victory.
Seemed like there's a few clashes of heads that led to the eventual stoppage. What was going on there in the ring that was causing those problems?
I feel like we were both trying to come in at the same time, and that happens in boxing. I'm glad it wasn't a crazy cut, because it could have, when we clash heads, a cut can cause, but his eyes were both swollen.
You know, he was a taller guy, durable guy throughout his career. What was kind of your game plan throughout this fight?
Fill him out the early rounds, win the rounds, and then try to take him out the deep waters.
You know, you've made 130 over these last couple of fights, but it's obviously tough for you to get down to that weight. Do you think you can continue at 130, or is it time to move back up?
I definitely could stay at 130 if I want to. It just depends how I feel, my team feels. But more importantly, 130 or 135, I'll eventually go up there eventually, but right now I'm at 130.
Yeah, kind of had to fight the elements here in the ring tonight. A little bit slippery there. How much did you feel that tonight?
It's slippery because, you know, you could like tear something if it's slippery. You could sprain something, but you just have to adjust.
So 130 or 135, what kind of fights are you looking for next?
Definitely climb the rankings and eventually get my world title shot.
Congratulations, Marc.
Thank you.
Guys?
So Marc Castro, a yeoman's night work, clocked in, clocked out, got the win as we're about to take a look at the highlights from our main event here on Wednesday Night Fights on DAZN. Earlier, it started out with Nathan Lugo getting a stoppage win. The 20-year-old is now 2-0 with 2 knockouts. And then we'll show you the highlights in a minute, Sergio.
and then we get confused.
They should stop this fight. You have to stop the broadcast. The referee's seen enough. So here comes our highlights from our main event. George Acosta and Marc Castro, who gets the win after the fight was stopped in round number 7 due to an accidental clash of heads that caused swelling over the right eye of George Acosta. And here are the highlights, Sergio.
There are the highlights, and then you see Castro aiming at the body and Parra coming right back. You know, the first early rounds, the first half of the fight, it was kind of like a fencing match going back and forth, but it was Castro landing with more accuracy. And Parra was pushing the fight. Anytime he tried to get aggressive and try to take control of the fight, you got to give Castro credit. You know, he actually fought back and landed some cleaner shots and pushed back the tough Mexican.
Chris, were you impressed?
He got the win, and ultimately that's all that matters. I think the issue I have with Castro now is that I don't think he's getting better. I mean, he looks like the same guy we saw a few years ago making his debut on the Canelo undercard. He smothers his punches a lot. He doesn't have great technique. I think there is a championship level boxer in there, but he's got to find a way to improve his skill set, because right now he's nowhere near that guy.
I agree.
Well, there you have it. Nothing left to be said. For Chris Mannix and Sergio Mora, I'm Todd Grisham. That'll do it for us from here. For now, we send it upstairs to Ade.
That was a very successful night. That was it, Sean.
Man, we've been here all day, man. We've been having fun.
We have.
Great ending to the night. This was an epic day for boxing, I personally believe. And I think boxing deserves more of this. So I'm hoping we get more of this moving forward in the future.
Yeah, you probably saw pictures of the crowd throughout the night, and it really was packed in front of us, behind us, to the side. The fans stayed. They enjoyed it. It was really, really good. And this was the starter for what we got coming up this week.
And very cool that the fans stayed.
Yeah.
They could have left at any point in time. Usually, when you don't know a name, somebody is in the ring, you don't know. When you're not personally invested emotionally in the fight, you'll bounce. Like, they stayed, they hung out, they enjoyed it. This was a great move coming to Santa Monica Pier.
Yeah, very successful, 10 out of 10, ticked every single box, well done boxing. As Sean said, hopefully we can continue to do this throughout these Riyadh season cards and most cards going forward. All right, as I said, that was the starter. The main course is Saturday, and this is what you can expect. This is the fight card coming your way. The prelim card kicks off. The Ziad Al-Mayoufi takes on Michael Bulik. We then go to the super middleweight division. Battle of the unbeatens here. Someone's O's got to go. Steve Nelson will take on Marcos Ramon Vasquez. That's the prelim card. Have a look at this for a main card. Honestly, one of the best fight cards we've seen in years. Andy Cruz takes on Antonio Moran. We then move up to the light heavyweight division. David Morrell, campaigning now as a 175 guy, takes on Hot Rod Kalidzach. Great fight. Jaron Addison versus Martin Bacoli. My pick for fight of the night, that one is. Staying with the heavyweights, former unified heavyweight champion of the world, Andy Ruiz, takes on Jarrell Big Baby Miller. Isaac Cruz is going to have, I think, the whole of the BMO Stadium behind him. Takes on Jose Valenzuela. And then, pound for pound king, Terence Crawford, bidding to become a 4-weight world champion when he takes on the current WBA 154-pound king, Israil Madrimov. Again, a battle of the unbeatens. So there you go. There it is. Thank you to everyone that put on what was a fantastic day. It started off as a media public workout, turned into a fantastic fight night as well. 2 more days to go. There you go. Look, Andy Ruiz, Jose Valenzuela. Press conference is tomorrow. And trust me, there's going to be fireworks at the press conference because yours truly is hosting it. QR code, you can see it in the screen. Make sure you scan it. Do not miss what is coming your way on Saturday. From all of us here, goodbye. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.